We didn't have a message when we left. Oh, very odd.
And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high and I sit to the top of my lungs. What's going on? And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed to get it out of what's in my head and I feel it. I need a peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high and I sit to the top of my lungs. What's going on? And I say, hey.
For Satan has made it the most miserable place in the universe, and he will be your ruler of pain and agony.
Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud.
Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud. Everybody loves the hooky loud.
I do.
The loud loud is the cock out the luau. We throw our nets out into the sea. All the umma come swimming to me. Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud.
Are we going to the hooky loud?
The hooky, 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 hooky loud.
Everybody loves a hooky loud.
Where the loud loud is the cock out the luau. We throw our nets out into the sea. All the umma come swimming to me. Are we going to the hooky loud? The hooky, 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 hooky loud. Hooky, hooky loud. Yeah.
I mean, if he's turning you on, then it's gay.
That's right. Let me see here. Hyper Wizard for $5 or £5 says, so I assume Shane will be drawing the cover to the Art of John Malin. We can do a variant. I got a Shane Davis Cyberfrog piece that I haven't used yet. We could definitely do that.
I like it.
Motherfucker was amped. The nigga was motherfucking hyped up. The nigga just grabbed the nigga, snuffed the nigga, and it was on from there. The motherfucker, it wasn't nothing stopping them.
What the rest of these niggas do?
Man, the motherfuckers was ready for anything. The niggas was packing burners. The niggas was ready to fight. Whatever they had to do, Holmes. The niggas was on the real flip mode, Holmes. They was coming out like a motherfucker. The nigga was amped. He was like, come on, motherfucker. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Yeah. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on.
Go shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give up, it's not your birthday. You'll find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're in the room.
When the pimp's in the crib, mom, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. If a nigga get an attitude, pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Sean down and I'm all the best weed cause I got it going on.
Motherfucker, gonna rock, then we gonna roll, then we let it pop, don't let it go. X gon' give it to ya, he gon' give it to ya. X gon' give it to ya, he gon' give it to ya. First we gonna rock.
gon' give it to you. He gon' give it to you. X gon' give it to you. He gon' give it to you. X gon' give it to you. He gon' give it to you.
My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my...
Hello, how's it going, guys? And welcome to a not titled this way because completely unofficial. Hopefully you can hear me, by the way. Am I coming in clear? Shall I do the Zades? Am I coming in clear? The completely not related at all post Kang stream. No one was going to do a stream. No one did it. No one even said they were going to do it. I waited a little bit. I left like a half-hour timer on this stream. I'm like, fuck it. I'll do another Wake and Jake stream. And you're all here. We got 11 people here right now. That's amazing. Welcome, everybody. So yeah, what am I even going to fucking do on this stream? The first thing I'm going to do, as always, is say hello to some people, right? Let's check it out. General Piggy, hello. He was here straight away. Yet again, wondering if he would be awake for this stream like yesterday's. Yesterday was the first Wake and Jake stream, and it turned out pretty well, right? Like, we ended up doing like a whole illuminating. We illuminated the Lucent yesterday with Bancroft, and like that went better than expected. I was fucking up the whole thing. And then we got saved by Bancroft actually coming in and talking to us about it and freeing me from my mental prison of retardation. Also, Braden is here. Welcome, Braden Dykstra. Hyper Wizard here. It's good to have you here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a show. Dear man, hope you're still here. Welcome. Richie Dupe, welcome. JD Kirby, the all caps king. The king of all caps. I think he just has his like keyboard's broken. Maybe you spilled some juice on it. Maybe you spilled some like VTuber demon girl pussy juice on it, like I have. And he's just all capping all the time. Welcome, Felix Haas. Hail and bow to the chat and the panel. The panel of one, which is hopefully whenever one of my streams pops up, you don't expect other people to be here. The link is out there. I don't expect people to come in, because what would I? Can you imagine you're the one person that comes in, right? Like what? Like, oh, I'm going to sit with Jake on his channel for a bit. Ooh. Anyway, who else we got? We already said Richie Doob. Anyone new? Anyone new? Yes, here she is. Phantasmagorical. Hail, Fanta. Good to see you here. Oh, shit, Joseph Dredd. You're not usually here at this time. That's great to see you. Welcome, Joseph. Yeah, this is a different slot to what I usually do. At the beginning, when I started streaming, I did like a week of like 8 p.m.s, and this is pretty much 8 a.m. Do you know what I mean? So it's like 12 hours the other side. And I'm just wondering, I'm just trying to see if the audience is more served in this time slot than others. Anyone else? Anyone else? Oh my God, guys, I've actually caught up with the chat. How about that? Fanta says, hiya, Jake. Hello, Fanta. And Michael Dieter is here. He says, Bancroft is a smart fellow. Yes. A fart smello, too. Cool. I'm already caught up. Oh, shit. No, someone else coming in. Salute the chat. Sleep Hyper Wizard. Hello, Berserky the Great. No, Bretsky. Berserky. I've heard your name said by other people. Fucking hell. I'm a rhombus, especially in the morning. Joseph Rose says it's like 3 a.m. here. 3 a.m. there, too? Okay, so it's like 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, like 5 hours behind. You must be on like East Coast or whatever, right? But welcome. Anyway, seeing as I've already caught up to the chat, unlike usually when I'll spend like what? An hour catching up, we can get on with what we're doing. And what are we doing? The only thing that I can fall back on this channel is drawing. So I thought I would do a drawing. Now I could take suggestions, but Central, really? I always think New York is like 5 hours behind. And when I was counting back, doing the quick math there, I was like, that's 5 hours, right? So yeah, anyway. The thing I'm falling back on is drawing. And I was thinking, you all know the new show, the new Thursday show, the Pre-Jaculation, the Creative Block, with me, myself, and Irene. Then also Phil and Narwhal. I was thinking of drawing an actual physical piece that had all those characters on, and people have asked before about drawing Narwhal as a T-Rex and like people riding Narwhal as a T-Rex. So I think I'm gonna try and draw me, myself, and Irene and Phil riding like T-Rex Narwhal. But the thing is, with drawing Phil in anything, like check the you've seen these characters before, right? Let me pull up the clip for super quick. Watch this. This is the what I'm talking about, people that don't know. Those characters. Now you see the thing is, if you see Phil in the background, he's like 50-foot Phil. He's 50-foot tall Phil. So like check out the end screen, right? You can see how tall that motherfucker is. I actually don't know how to draw him in to most ideas now. Like he was used as a framing device on those two or something, and I thought it would be cool. But now I kind of can't fit him in things. So I'm thinking canonically in my head, I might have to like make it so that he can change his height or something, and maybe become like 5-foot Phil and not 50-foot Phil. Maybe 15-foot Phil. Maybe if all that he can be different heights, but they all have to like start with an F. So it could be 4-foot Phil. You could have midget Phil. Would that work? So now, yeah, I'm gonna start by laying it out and think what to do. But like, yeah. So I was thinking we can have a T-Rex Narwhal. Do you know what? I automatically want to do my what is it called? My boots and heels piece. Did you see that? Should I bring that up? I automatically wanted to draw T-Rex Narwhal in the exact same pose. I don't know if I have it on hand. No, I don't. I wanted to draw his head here, basically open at the screen. The classic T-Rex pose, like T-Rex head here, body here. What are you guys saying? Oh shit, 40% Z is here. Where is Irene? Bring her to me now. So Renie did actually say that she might pop on in a bit, but like if you were Irene and it was just me here, would you really join? Would you really? Those Diaz brothers are hardworking guys too. Yeah, man, they've been fulfilling cash grab. I still haven't got mine. God knows when they're doing the international. Do you know what I mean? Right. Actually, you see what I've done? You see what I'm fucking up here? I'm like trying to draw the big one straight away. I should be drawing smaller thumbnail examples first. Let's put the light over here, right? So I should be like drawing like little thumbnail things. Do you know what I mean? And like doing different layouts and seeing which ones are good. And seeing as I'm avoiding in my head the same layout I did for boots and heels, I'm going to draw it anyway so it gets out of my head. So like that was this, right? You see this? This fucking pose. And then T-Rex hands here and here. And then like tail going like this. That was the layout of that piece. That was the pose on that T-Rex. And then there was like a branch here and stuff. But I can't do that. I need to think of a different layout for this. Even though I want to have everyone on the back there. You know what I mean? Oh shit, Felix says he has cash grab today. I want mine. I don't know if they've sent international yet. I mean, as we know, I live in merry old England, where it is indeed the morning, bright and breezy. Oh, you got it actually yesterday. Now it's after midnight. Yeah. I mean, we've just come after Monday night's extravaganza of Kangs and post Kangs, and like for me, it's definitely Tuesday morning. The funny thing is, when I did yesterday's stream, because that was a Monday morning for me, I was like, oh, if I do a stream now, that's around post Kangsy time, right? Thinking Monday's lined up. Absolutely retarded path of thought. But anyway, so what other poses can I even do? Because you have to. I always feel like I have to frame the biggest character first, which is always the narwhal shape shifter, like the balloon. Do I even have the wallpapers for them? No, I just have that clip. Never mind. So like what are the poses could you get? You could have like someone down at the floor. We could have, you know what? We could have a tiny Phil. How about that? We could have a tiny Phil, seeing as it's like 15-inch Phil or something. Looking up. Like tiny Phil could be running away like this from how would his legs be posed? I guess like this. I guess you just do that. And then like the T-Rex could be the Narwhal Rex. The Narwhalosaurus could be like baying down upon him here. and then you could have me clinging onto the tail, just like him clinging onto the rope of the balloon form, and then you could have like Irene being drunk on the top. How about that? Does that work? That works as an idea. I'm gonna actually get you guys to vote on the best ideas after this. So do you understand this layout? He's like baying down. Although maybe if I'm the small rat creature, it should be chasing me. Like maybe Narwhal should be like it's chasing after me in this position. Maybe this should be me down here, about to get eaten by him, running away. How about that? And then like I don't even know what Phil would be doing. Like, is he just gonna be there with his guns at the end of every single? Should we zoom in on this? It's gonna be real low resolution, but let's do this. You can see better. Richie Dupe says it's frosty out here this morning when he took the dog out. Yeah, man. Like, I've never had a pet dog to take out every morning. People take their dogs out every morning. It's got to be a good excuse to go out walking, right? Like, I keep thinking I should go out and walk more, like a lot more. But like, whenever we had dogs when I was younger, it always seemed like a pain in the ass to take them for a walk. But I did have to walk to school all the time. But I bet if it was me as I currently am, who hardly goes out and walks anywhere, having a dog to walk would probably be a cool idea. Like a good excuse to get out of the house and just walk around. And it made me think that like maybe that's part of the reason why people even have dogs, so they can like get out of the house and go on the walk. Especially if you're like, I don't know, husband with an overbearing wife, and you're like, I'm gonna take the dog for like a 5-hour walk today, honey. See you later. Takes the dog to the pub. Do you know what I mean? Walks the dog to the pub and stays there. Brennan said, I did a 5-mile walk 2 days ago. With a dog? Without a dog? I can imagine a 5-mile walk with a dog would almost be like inhumane, right? Like it's almost similar. If maybe you could walk your dog too much, and it would be just as painful as like when people walk their dogs on a hot day. Like over here, because merry old England is not suited to hot weather. Like the fucking the road, the right, all of the sidewalks, they get baking hot in the summer, and it's some people forget that their dog cannot walk on that hot pavement in the summer. He says dogless. So similar to maidenless. Richard Duke said keeps me healthy doing a few miles a day. Yeah, I've been thinking about driving to, there's like a woodlandy area here, like that people go for walks. It's like people come from all around the county to go and walk in this one place because it's like a pretty famous chase, right? They call it they call them chases in England, right? I've been considering going there and just going for a walk through the woods, getting some ticks, I guess, dying of Lyme disease. But yeah, the furthest I've gone, the closest I've got to walking around there is like getting a coffee from Starbucks and just sitting there, just driving up there and then sitting there. But anyway, okay, so we got the one I'm not gonna do because that's like the boots and heels one. Then the giant dinosaur banging down upon me, chasing me. I'm gonna call that one. And like, I don't know what to do with fucking Phil at that. Maybe Phil could be playing with a pterodactyl or something. Do you know what I mean? In the background. What do you even do with it? It's like whenever I'm drawing a piece with these two, I have to like mainly just think about Narwhal and Phil as large objects. Do you know what I mean? Maybe Phil could just literally hold the T-Rex in his hand and be feeding. Ah, wait. Okay. This is a cool one. Right. You could have 50-foot Phil holding the T-Rex in his hand as as he feeds like this, and then his horn, and then Phil could be like feeding tiny hedgehog creature man to the dinosaur because he can't pick him up himself, and then Renie's on his back drinking. How about that? And then Phil's like, ha 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 ha, we're gonna get a meeting. There we go. That's it. That's number 2. We can do that. That's like thumbnail number 2. I'm not so happy with that one, but it does incorporate like everyone. This one is like, where the fuck is even Phil? Do you know what I mean? If you guys have any suggestions for the layout of this, go for it. Ticks lol. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Ticks are jerks. Are they only in certain areas of America? Like in England, we pretty much got rid of everything that's a threat. We got rid of all the snakes. We got rid of all the dire wolves, all the dire bears, all the dire everything. And they did exist. Like that dire shit, it just means like primitive wolf, right? Like dire, I don't know, dark. We got rid of all that stuff. So I don't even think there are any ticks. And the thing about those ticks that are giving Lyme disease, like I heard rumors that they were like genetically engineered ticks, like a bioweapon, like escape from a biolab around the area. And the reason that they fuck you up so much is because like they're literally engineered to. Probably sounds crazy. It's probably as batshit crazy as what was the other thing I said about? I was on Bancroft's Draw stream the other day. I was trying to talk to him about the idea that the ancient humans live under the North Pole in caves, and they're the actual ones piloting the UFOs. And he didn't go for it at all. Wasn't going in on it. Holy shit. Braden says, I found 20 plus ticks on me in 2008. Not fun. Was walking through tall glass. You should be fucking careful, right? Isn't it, if you even find one on you, isn't that Lyme disease central? And the one thing I heard about those ticks that were giving people, like, making people really sick is they make you allergic to beef. So it was making me, like, I was piling that into the whole gestalt, the Alex Jones. It's kind of a gestalt. The Alex Jones gestalt. The gestalt of, like, what is it? Like, anti-red meat stuff. Like, oh, well, genetically engineered ticks to make people allergic to red meat. And then, you know, I don't know how that would even go into the master plan, but fucking bioweapons, man. Some crazy scientist somewhere is like, this will work. I'll do this. Anyway, so giant T-Rex narwhal chasing me. No idea where Phil would be in this scenario. Phil feeding me to T-Rex narwhal. Then we need like a 3 and a 4. What could you do? What could you do? Everyone could be in his mouth fully. Do you know what I mean? Like, wait a minute. I got it. Wait a minute. Like, if we have a shot where his mouth is open, and he's like, oh no, you caught me eating people. Like this. And then, like, in the mouth is, like, me and Renie. Like, I'm, like, conked out. Like, oh, I can't believe I was just eating. And then Renie's just like, woo, party. I haven't noticed anything that's going on. Woo. Like that. And, like, Phil's the one opening the mouth. And, like, looking inside like this. Like, instead of looking towards the camera, he's, like, looking past the camera. And he's like, fucking hell. Like that. How about that? Does that work? Does that work? That's a layout, right? That's number 3. That could work. It doesn't really show off a scene, though. Like, the cool things about the intro and outro things is it's like a nice scene. And to be honest, they're usually width ways, and I'm trying to do these tall ways portrait. So let's try and think of one. Like, this is a scene. This is like, I want to see more of Phil's body in one of these suggestions. That's what I want to do. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to move this stuff around. I don't think my mic is pointed at my mouth. Cool. So I'm thinking a race between Narwhal and Phil or something. Like, initially you just have to think of the relationship between the two biggest characters, and I'm not quite sure what to do. Maybe the perfect back. You guys tell me if you don't want this to go on, but check this shit out. Like this, then I can be quiet. Get your fill of Phil. Yeah, it can be quiet, kind of, and then still be entertaining and not be like dead air. Like, I almost want, like, the not like T-Rex to be like chasing Phil, like they're in a race. Porn music? It's not. It's like running music. It's not even porn music. Can you guys still hear me over it anyway? Because like I put it pretty low, but oh hey, Miyako Movies here. Dinotail being used as a staircase for others to descend from. Oh, that is interesting. I could sketch that. Kirby's like how? Okay, hold on. Staircase? How would I draw like the stack? Oh, you didn't even see it. Watch this. Because I'm using the whole paper, you didn't even see what I was drawing. Hold on, I'm gonna reframe it. This is not porn music. This is not porn music, right? Hail, Perth is in the house. Bow, I'm not submissive, sorry. What? What's that mean? This music is already annoying the fuck out of me. Hold on. Oh, I can turn it down, though. I can turn it down for me. That's great. You guys have to still listen to it. I can turn it down. Yeah, I was drawing, like, T-Rex not while running. I wanted to get that out of my head. But so, staircase... I suppose, like, having his back to the camera kind of works. But I don't like a staircase. You kind of have to like put it straight down. I want it to curl around the shot. Like I always want to make use of the tail of a dinosaur if it's in a piece. So like I want to do this, right? This is not chill music at all. We need some much chiller music than this. Hold on. That is so fast paced. There we go. That's better. Probably a bit modern. Very different to Kelsey's music, right? Yeah, right. But Brayden says this music will keep him awake. Well, this one will have you grooving in bed, I think. You know what I mean? Right. So I'm thinking, like, always wanted to use that tail, but it's like, why is the tail there? Do you know what I mean? And you can have like someone like me riding the tail. Like that. You know what I mean? And then it's always a puzzle as to what Phil's gonna do in these big pieces. Like you can just have him standing in the background, but like, do you know what I mean? Like looking down and lifting up his glasses. I need to let myself make Phil smaller or something. You know what I mean? So he's like looking in to the shot. Oh, here we go. Phil is sitting Indian style with Narwhal. Hyper Wizard and Renie sitting on his lap as they watch pre-direct stream on a television. So cross-legged Phil. So he's sitting. Oh shit! Do you know what? You made me think of something by me trying to consider yours. Okay, how about this? So this is Phil. And then like but it doesn't make the thing of the beauty about having a T-Rex is that the scene is about the T-Rex. So like say like the T-Rex is sitting on Phil's shoulder like a parrot, Do you know what I mean? It like completely diffuses the point of having a T-Rex. Like if you're having a T-Rex in a piece, it's got to be all about that T-Rex. But you totally could have like a pirate Phil like this with like a narwhal parrot. You know what I mean? You could have a parrot narwhal, which is kind of like a T-Rex. And then like maybe he's opening the mouth and then there's like me and Rena in the bird's mouth or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Does that work? And his hand, you know what? It can even be on his wrist and he's bringing his hand into the thing. How about that? Not for this piece, but for a future piece, right? What else? What other layouts can we do? You know what? You could do like a Godzilla fighting Phil. Like, Narwhal and Phil could be two kaijus fighting in a city. Ah, can you imagine that? Mason W says this song reminds me of Last Christmas. I wonder if you could sing the lyrics whilst doing it. Hold on. Last Christmas, you gave me a bar. That very next this year to something. No, it kind of works. You working on a pre-Jack cartoon? No, I literally just wanted to do a stream where I drew a picture of the blockheads, the creative block crew, and do a like. Look, it was a perfect time slot. Post-Kang's just finished, and I'm like, you know what? Let's take advantage of this. Let's see if I can make a stream work. Let's see if I can do a Jake and Wake and Jake, a Jake and Bake. How about that? Beautiful rendition. Yeah. Wait, hold on, I'll do it again. You gotta come in at the right time. Hold on. This is still the build-up. You gotta wait for that guitar to come in for it to actually sound like Last Christmas. It's gonna come in soon, I think. Now? Last something, you took my something, then something. We couldn't be further away from Christmas if we tried. There you go. That says cool. Yeah. I always want to do them portrait because I think that's like how people want to frame them. But like the creative block crew always lend themselves more to like a horizontal layout because then you can usually get like a large fill and then like a large narwhal character. You can have like two characters side to side, and like especially if it was Phil and like narwhal fighting in a city as kaiju, then you get some good wit and you get all the city stuff. Should we do this instead of doing T-Rex? Shall we do kaiju narwhal fighting giant Phil in the city? How would the other two characters? Wait a minute. You could have us running away, because that is in Godzilla. That's like the whole thing, right? The crowd running away from Godzilla. We could kind of do that, right? So what? Oh God, I'd have to draw city like destroyed buildings. Like how about that? But like, okay, so you got some buildings, and I'm imagining like a big, like, you know, classic 9/11 smoke coming down the street. And yeah, you can have. Okay, if you want to draw a kaiju narwhal, you want to draw like giant beam coming out of his mouth, right? Like, like that. Jeremy Burt says, "Morning, Jake." Morning, Jeremy. Welcome to the Wake and Jake stream. Bretsky the Great suggesting Phil and Narwhal playing chess with Hyper and Renie as the chess pieces. That is interesting. Well, who would Narwhal be in that scenario? What would he have shapeshifted into to be as big as Phil? Because to get up there in size, he's been like a balloon. And he didn't transform into anything on the first one. There is the shot that I've wanted to do for fun, which is like all of us for like the police lineup. Do you know what I mean? Like holding out our number cards, and like Phil is off camera. I'm really small, so I have to hold mine down here, and then like Renie and Narwhal are like there, holding theirs. Just like a police lineup, but Phil's not in the shot because he's so tall and I'm tiny. But like maybe I don't do him in his legs, because then you only have like 1, 2, 3 elements, and it like feels better to have the 4 elements. So like maybe I'm off to this side, so it doesn't just go down in that order. It goes like lowest, tallest, those 2. That would be good for a screen. Before I do any more opening and closing screens, though, like I'm gotta do like super chat animations, which I could totally, if you guys have suggestions of what to do for the super chats, I could sketch those out too. Like, if you carry on the bonk thing, it's just all of us getting bonked. Do you know what I mean? So like, you see this corner, you could literally have 3 of us like this, getting bonked by Phil, because he's the one who brought the bonks, right? So like you have like giant Phil, and it would be weird because I'd actually have to animate it. You know what I mean? But like that could be like, if you get above a certain super chat amount, you could get like the bonk. And I think you'd have probably Narwhal on the end, because those 2 should like usually frame the piece, right? Because they're the more unusual character. I mean, my character's unusual, but he's so small that you can't really like do much with him. Like my character's so small, the hedgehog guy, that like he's always going to be reactionary. He's never really going to be deciding what is going on. Yeah, and then like Renie there, and then like I could be like here, getting like completely fucked because I don't have a head. I am the head. There. Think that would be a good super chat thing if I figure out how to make that work. Okay. So to build on the whole kaiju idea, here we are. This is what I was doing. You could have me closer to the camera, so because I'm smaller, so I've like managed to get further ahead in the runaway. But you also, if I'm doing this, you have to like draw also a whole crowd running away, maybe. And I don't really want to draw a whole crowd. A whole crowd of Japanese businessmen. Yeah, I'll just put that in this piece. Then draw a whole high street to this quick little piece. Oh shit, a lot like a whack-a-mole game? Oh, that would be funny. Imagine doing a whole whack-a-mole bit for a super chat. That would be pretty cool. But yeah, that isn't whack-a-mole. This is just like 3 people lined up getting like completely whacked by Phil. But like you could totally have like a whole whack-a-mole thing. And the characters keep popping up. Yeah, okay. Like whack, 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 and then they're like missing them, and then you get one and it's like winner. And Phil's the one playing the game, and it's basically like first person shooter style perspective of like him with it. That would be pretty easy for me to animate too. That would be awesome. Okay, cool. Like Narwhal there, Renie there, like me here. Perfect. That's a great suggestion. Thank you. I'll do that. That sounds like a great suggestion for a super chat reaction clip. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you. Mayoko Movies. Hell yes. You've given me the suggestion. We can use that. I'll do that. I'll do that. I'm going to do these 2. So far for super chats, we got these 2. And I don't know what values they'd be, but obviously, hammers for hands. Phil can't shapeshift. But yeah, we would need 1 for a higher amount of money. Do you know what I mean? Like if it's gonna get animated, I think what if you have $100+, if you dared to do a $100+ super chat, what clip would you truly deserve? Do you know what I mean? It would have to be gold. You'd have to have some kind of gold going on. It would have to be like piles of money coming in, but what would you do? How would it look? Anyway, in this Phil Kaiju versus Narwhal Kaiju, which totally needs to also be a screen, like Renie's running away, which is like having a great time doing it. If Narwhal is going to be doing the beam, I can imagine Phil would potentially have to be like trying to dodge the beam, right? So can you see it? We'll zoom in a bit more. We'll zoom in on this one for now. Gotta drag it, zoom in. So like this is Phil's hand on a building, and this is like his other hand sticking out. And so he's like dodging basically as this giant beam, energy beam from Narwhal's mouth could be like swooping, like narrowly missing his arm like this. And he could be like, "Rah! Rah! I'm going crazy." It's a lot to fit in. Can you guys even tell what's going on there? Shall I redraw it? I put that as 4. Right, hold on. Redraw it super quick. So this is Phil. Holding onto a building like this. You can tell that, right? Right? This is then Narwhal. As the thing, as the kaiju, and he's making a beam come from his mouth like here, whilst hiding behind more buildings. And then there's me running away. Like that. My fucking hat. Oh my god, that looks like I'm wearing a fedora. Oh, cringe. Cringe. Cringe fedora. I'm not wearing a fedora. I'm not wearing a fedora. I've never worn a fedora in my life. I never fell prey to that. Brayden says he has a fistful of dollars. Ooh, a fistful of dollars for the 100. You could be just swimming in money. You could just be like people swimming in money. And then Renie holding the big bottle. Like that. You understand how that piece works now, right? Does that work? I'm gonna put a 4 next to that one. I feel like I want to develop it. Okay. So we got me being chased, me being hunted by a giant T-Rex Narwhal as Renie rides on his back. Me being fed to giant Dino Narwhal whilst by Phil. Then number 3 is being fed into his mouth, and then like number 4 is going to be kaiju. And so guys, I'm gonna put the vote in the chat and see what you guys think. If I head on over, I'll do that super quick before addressing the boop in the room. Right, how do I go to my channel? Go to my channel. Come on, making a vote's never this hard, and I get to end the existing vote. There it is, there it is. Cool. And how is the vote going? Because I'm going to end the current vote. The current vote was like, should you be asleep? Apparently, 58% of you said yes, which is a lot less than I thought it would be. 42% said no, so 42%, you can obviously stick around. And the other 58%, you should not go to bed yet, even though you should. How about that? Stick around. Okay, so I'm going to do a poll for the 4 options. Start a poll. Which draw? Question mark, exclamation mark. Add option, and I'm gonna do like 1. I'm gonna call it like hunting. I'm gonna do it. Number 2 is gonna be feeding. Number 3 is gonna be like inspecting. And number 4 is Kaiju. And I hope it's not obvious which one's gonna get chosen, because the Kaiju one's gonna be a lot of fucking detail, and I'm gonna want to kill myself. But yes, the vote is live. You guys head out there, and I will finally welcome our esteemed guest. Let me find the clip. Let me find a good clip. Turn that fucking music off. What would be a good clip? Here we go.
Kids can be so cruel. We can? Thanks, Mom. Ow! Cut out, Bart!
Welcome, welcome, Renie. How's it going? Thanks for showing up.
Hello, everybody.
Were you on Kings earlier? Have you been streaming like all night?
No, I was on Post Kings. I had stuff to do earlier.
Okay. But yeah, thanks for. How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm a little stressed.
About deadlines? Because that's one of the things I wanted to ask you is like how close are you getting to like finishing all your pages? But maybe it's unrelated to that you're stressed.
Yeah, it's unrelated. With pages I'm reasonably close, though I am struggling a lot with these last few pages. But it's moving along. It's this weird thing where it's like everything's been going well and I rarely ever get artist block, but I think I just have so much other stuff to do, and it's like I'm so focused on chapter 3 already and fulfillment and also tax season here in the States that I just have had a hard time concentrating. But I'm working through it. It's not an excuse, it's just I'm drawing slower than normal. But yeah, I gotta be a professional and power through it.
When you're doing all that, and then you're also doing like home improvement and stuff at the same time as well, I bet.
Yeah. So that's the main source of my stress. I found out I have to do another few $1,000s in electrical repairs.
What happened?
It's pretty bad. It's like my breaker box and a bunch of my other wiring needs to be replaced. And this is totally stuff the inspector should have caught, but didn't.
No! Everyone's saying hi, by the way. Richie,
Hi everybody.
Everyone...
Being on stream always makes me so much happier because I have not been happy for the past few days.
No, well, you can be happy now.
I am happy now. Yeah, people who watch my channel know I've had a lot of home improvement difficulties, and I thought it would get better because I had to get the entirety of my plumbing replaced. And no, that is not an innuendo, everybody. It is for my house. And that cost me a lot of money.
You needed someone to come in and have a look at your pipes.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I need time to hire Gigolo to make me feel better around here. Shouldn't have said that. They're gonna.
There you go, guys. There you go.
Oh, shit. Yeah, more than a couple. Yeah, it wasn't a couple of things. It was. I mean, I've been also doing a lot of renovations, and that's just stuff I want to spend money on. But what I'm really mad about is there have been multiple things that the inspector should have caught. And I'm really frustrated with the inspector, frustrated with the company, especially because there's this whole stupid deal with them. And I don't think I can pursue it legally. At least I got my money back. But I've been really... Yeah, and I'm like, okay, well, you fucked me over for like 20 times what I paid you, but just fuck you. Lesson learned. I was young when I bought it. I was kind of doing it alone. Shit happens. But what has really been pissing me off was my real estate agent was a former friend.
Mm-hmm. And the inspector, they were both friends?
No, not the inspector. The inspector was a guy he hired, and he told me, this company is great. I can trust this company. But so I'm not mad at him for the inspector fucking up, but I was like really stressed about all this shit I had to fix in my house, and I was like, of course I'm bitching about it in our private chat, and then he just left the chat one day, and then I was like, hey, did I upset him? Like, I wasn't directing it at him. I was telling the other friends, and then it's like he's like, I don't know him as well as the other people. I kind of got to know him through his brother. So it's this awkward situation where it's like, man, I'm like really pissed at him now because he just abandoned me when I was telling him this sucks. I really need your help. But I can't tell his brother because it's his brother. So it's just been stewing, and I think it's
Why
just
can't
like,
you wait? No, why can't you tell his brother because it's his brother? What do you mean? Is this like you trying to be polite still, even in this situation?
yeah, because I know he's really sensitive and his brother's really sensitive. So it's like for the past year, I've been like just bottling this shit up, trying to, like, I've talked about it to other people, like mostly CG people, but like with my core group of friends, I don't mention it. It's like I've been holding it in because they're all sensitive and I don't want to offend them, and I just like been feeling this is complete
Why are you
bullshit.
worried about offending people? You're the one with the house. What? Why do you?
Because
what do you mean they're wait, 40% says, oh well, if they're sensitive.
I know. Maromi, yes, I know my homeowner's insurance. I am talking to them. Homeowner's insurance refused to cover my plumbing for certain issues, but I am going to push as hard as possible for the electric. I'm going to be I'll bring out my biggest inner Karen, and they better pay for this shit. Yeah. So I'm gonna. I know how to be mean to these people now. But yeah, I know this sounds really frustrating, but I've been trying to be considerate because it's like the other day I posted something about I'm just like I'm fucking pissed at everybody who helped me get this house. Everything is turning out terrible, and apparently that hurt all their feelings. And this other mutual friend of ours is like, well, you need to go talk to them now. And I've just been sitting here for like 3 days kind of being like, yeah, I know I'm mad. I believe that, I know that it's like my instinct when there's problem is to fight. And so it's hard for some people to deal with, but I think I'm justified. And it's this really weird situation where I feel very slighted because it's like I'm the one who has to pay. It's been something like $20,000 at this point fixing this house, by the way. All my earnings from my first book went to fixing this house. And I think I'm pretty justified to be kind of mad. And I think they're the ones who need to come to me. Not them, but at least this real estate agent should come to me first instead of them telling me, hey, you hurt their feelings. You need to go talk to them and work this out. Right. Yeah, exactly. And I'm feeling like I'm being told this is my fault for not being super calm about having to spend all this money and for having really unprofessional a mutual friend between me and those brothers. Yeah. Yeah. I'm really frustrated, and so I've been just calming down, and I think I'm going to just say this is bullshit, and apparently nothing I do will not upset them. And it's either I'm unfair to myself and just be like, hey, I'm so sorry. It's nothing's your fault. Oh my God, you poor babies, and you protect your feelings. Or it's like, I don't know, I'll talk to them, and it's inevitable that I hurt their feelings because I'm going to tell this guy he's unprofessional. And so I just feel like this is really unfair, and to avoid more drama, because I'm not intending to hurt them. I'm just like, if you're unprofessional, I'm going to tell you. Like I place a lot of value on being fucking responsible. There's nothing wrong with that. And it's not just that I was his friend. I was his customer. And I mean, people know me, know how I'm like, even when shit happens, you respond to your customers. And like with this whole comics gay thing, this shit is important to me. So I think I'm just gonna be like, I can't deal with this. I wish you guys the best, but like we can't hang out anymore.
I get you.
Yeah.
And that was before this whole electric thing is like a whole new thing. What? It's sold you a complete lemon.
So that's what I've been dealing with. Now everybody knows.
But for your own mental health, you shouldn't just you shouldn't just never be angry about it. You gotta find an outlet where you can actually be like, you should go to some forest somewhere, shout really loud, like smack some rocks together and say, fuck you. And then come back and be like, okay, well, I got that out of my system. Now I'm going to be calculated. And
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll hike out in the mountain, just start like hacking at trees and screaming, and then some hiker's gonna be like, "Crazy feral woman."
And you'd be like, "Yes, right now, yes."
Yeah.
Exactly what it is right now.
Yeah. Oh man, it's just been so frustrating because it's like, oh, chat's asking, did I confirm I don't have legal recourse? I did. Okay, so I talked to other friends. Like, I've been asking these guys for help. I'm like, hey, you guys know lawyers? What do you guys think I should do? Because I'm
Well,
like,
you've been asking his posse if you have any recourse, essentially.
Yeah.
And like, no, you can't. You have to find another posse of people who unrelated to them who aren't going to try and protect him. Like, that's what I'm hoping in this situation, that like that's his friends trying to make you feel like you don't have any recourse. But then if you find other people to give you separate advice completely unrelated to them, that it'll be a different story, and then you'll actually be able to do something about it.
yeah, then that's what I did. But what I wanted to say first was I'd asked this group of friends to help me over and over again, and they've been like, no, we don't really know what to do. And they've been like, we're really sympathetic and everything. Oh, that sucks. But then they'll be like, yeah, well, our house has a lot of problems too. I'm like, that sucks. I'm very sympathetic, but you're not dealing with what I'm dealing with, and it's not quite the same, right? And so asking from them, they've been like, sort of been like, oh, that's sad. But I actually did get to talk to an attorney through someone else, an actual friend that I met through comics, and other people. It's like, it's weird. It's like other people who haven't claimed to be like, it's such good friends who didn't. I don't know. It's this weird thing where when I moved back to Atlanta, these people took me in, and I really thought, we could be friends. But it's been people outside of that have been actually helping me. And I was put in contact with an attorney. It's not, we didn't enter any, I don't know, I shouldn't talk too much about it, but it seems like there's nothing I can do. Maybe I could go to like civil court. I'll think about it if it's worth the trouble. But yeah, probably not though. So again, the issue is it sucks a lot. And I try to get good advice because I don't have family here. I'm doing this alone. I've never bought a house before. I tried to surround myself with good people. It wasn't good people. I also have blind spots, and there were mistakes made. So I'll just have to like do my best going forward. I'm calling home warranty, and the rest of this stuff is just a lesson learned. But it's the friend stuff I'm mad about.
Okay. Oh well. From a guy's perspective, whenever like someone comes to you with a problem, you're like, okay, I'll think of the solution. But like if the core problem is those friends made me feel bad, it's like, okay,
yeah,
like they betrayed me essentially. Like,
I know.
The feeling of betrayal is one of the worst ones.
It really is. It's like, and then I appreciate people like, I think most guys are, and chat is always really like, well, is there any way to solidly solve this? And that is my first priority. And to be honest, I wouldn't give a fuck about this friend stuff because like I've cut people off cold turkey. Just been like, nah, you're fucking with me. Like, I'm done. And I just cut people off and never spoken to them again. I had a friend of 20 years. I grew up with her, and she threw a tantrum at me and yelled at me and threw my belongings after my Cintiq. So I was hanging out with her, and like my Cintiq got slammed to the ground by this little kid. So I had this portable Cintiq companion, cost like over $2,000. And I was visiting her before I left Taiwan to move back to the States because I was like, she's my oldest friend ever. But she was just having a bad day, and my Cintiq got slammed to the ground, and it was, breaking. It's like I managed to like use it for a few months with all the glitches, but it just like was all downhill from there. And she reacted to that by lashing out at me and telling me like I was being a weirdo for drawing in public. And I embarrassed her by telling the kid that she shouldn't have been running around and like should have been more careful. And
just classic bullying.
Yeah, she was being a giant bitch. So I cut her the fuck off because I don't put up with bullshit. But my problem now is it's like I'm being told to put up with bullshit. My instinct is to just forget about it, but I have someone else, like a third party, telling me, "Well, you need to talk to them. You need to make up for this. Like, you really hurt their feelings."
Oh no, who gives a shit about that?
Yeah, I really don't, though. I really don't. I'm so done with this. Like, I have very little time for fucking really sensitive emotions. It's like I have some time for that, but to an extent, it's a give and take, right? So I'm just fucking done. I don't really care anymore.
I mean, like, at least it wasn't over COVID. Like 40% says like he had a friend over 20 years, went to his wedding, funeral after 20 years because he won't get the jab. He wished death upon him, and we haven't spoken in 2 years. Holy shit, man! I haven't had that, luckily. The only thing that happens with my friend relationships is I drift away from them and never talk to them, and then every few years they're like, "Jake, we should hang out. I haven't talked for a while," and I'm like, "Yeah, we should." And then it never happens.
Yeah.
Never happens anyway. Like I have a friend who keeps saying like, "I need to come and visit," but he says it like every year, and I'm like, "Yes, you should. You can come whenever you want." And then he's like, "Okay." And then a year later, "I really need to come and visit." Like, "Yes, you can come whenever you want." It's like, all right, next year. But
yeah,
but
I don't know, but that's different though. I feel like everybody has friends like that, and that's kind of nice though.
I do like that. I do like you can meet up with them, and it feels like you never stopped talking to them as well. Like you just, that's what all my relationships are kind of like. I haven't seen you in 20 years or something, or 10 years, and it's like I was talking to you yesterday. Like that's how it usually is whenever I meet my old friends. But outside of all that stress, I can imagine it's very understandable why you've probably had a bit of a block, but you're pretty much close to the end.
I'm getting close, yes.
By the way,
almost there. Oh fucking shit! I just need to get through all this bullshit, you know?
yeah. Speaking of getting through bullshit, you see what you've done to me?
What did I do?
You see what you
yay!
You see what you inflicted upon me, Irene? All 6 of them. I found out that apparently in Italy they've released like a special edition this year where it's the same as this, but it's actually all holographic covers, like it's shiny.
Holy fucking shit! That's
like,
hot. Why do all the Europeans get the cool shit when it comes to comics and manga?
I don't know. I remember odd when we were talking before about how the Germans get everything, like all the cool manga, and then we were on the show, we were like, why do the Germans get all the cool manga stuff? And then someone in the chat, because I read it later, said like, yeah, Japan and Germany have always had a bit of a thing going on.
Yeah, they kind of have though. It's completely true. It's very interesting.
Well, they were allies in World War II.
Well, it's like they were allies, but it's not even just that. It's like they just get along. Like they just have so many similarities.
Well, apparently, like it's Germany that industrialized Japan because of here we go. Like 40% said Germany helped modernize Japan, and they have a crush on them. Yeah,
they really seem to have a crush on each other. So I noticed this because I listen to quite a bit of German music, and I obviously read a lot of Japanese comics. And I would notice how many when Japanese characters go to Europe, like half the time is Germany, and it's like, you know, if they have like European connections, a lot of it is German. It's like either they're American, if it's like a Westerner, it's either American or it's German, like 9 times out of 10. And with Germany, a lot of the bands, it's like they share similarities with Japanese music. Like they'll do kind of there's like Lolita dressing bands and kind of like anime-ish music, and they do a lot of like it's just similar. You can tell that it's influenced by anime and Japanese music.
Wait, Japan?
There are like Japanese
music in Germany, like Germans doing anime-ish music. I want to hear that.
There are look up like Blutengel. There are German bands who sing like German metal, or well, I guess not really metal, but dressed in like Lolita outfits and shit. I was like, oh, I don't really. That's not mainstream here, but it's mainstream there.
Blue Ten Gao. GAU.
Blue Girl, Blue Angel.
Blue Angel. German. Okay, cool. I'll check that out later. I guess we can't really start playing it now. But yeah. Wait, Ollie J says Japan and Germany didn't like each other in World War One, so plot twist, I guess. A lot of anime manga characters are blonde and have German names. There's a lot of German kind of like militaristic aesthetics that go on in anime too.
A lot, yeah, like FMA, and in Monster, the guy, the doctor Tenma, he was German. He went to Germany. He went to Germany, and this is all Urasawa's work. But in 20th Century Boys, what's that face? That guy who, well, I shouldn't say
What's
what happened
that
to him.
face?
I don't remember his name. I remember his face because he wasn't a super major character. He was like a secondary character. But there was like in the core friend group, there was one guy who ended up working in Dusseldorf. So if you read the comic,
What, in 20th Century Boys?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a bunch of like obviously Code Geass is like kind of, well, it's kind of like Britain, but like fascist Britain. It's like if Germany and Britain had a baby.
Good old fascist Britain.
Yeah.
But the cool thing about this is this book, this series, it seems like it would be relatively quick to read because it does have a lot of like action happening and like environment shots.
Isn't it cool? It's so cool. Well, it's a quick read, but then I want to read it again just to look at the environments.
Yeah.
And it's just so fucking weird, dude. So the artist Nihei was an architect. So that's why his people look really janky at the beginning because he didn't know how to draw people, but his environments are really good.
The wide eyes.
He had really weird looking people.
I feel like this has had influence on my friends. Like I have a friend. I went to university with a girl who does a webcomic called fucking. It's like a cyberpunk drugs thing, like drugs and wires. There we go. And like I can almost see like some of this thing's influence like her on her art. So like I would wonder if she also like read this when she was younger. But yeah, thanks to you, I have all fucking 6, and I don't think that'd be that tough to get to like read through them. Oh, plus these feel huge. These feel huge for a manga, right? And like I was just reading like the Lucent. And it's pretty much the American comic book size, right? But
yeah, that's oversized then. Yeah, that's not the regular edition.
Yeah, Master Edition.
Cool. That's awesome.
So they're pretty big, and like it's funny how whenever I'm reading one of these books, these American CG books, it always feels smaller than I want it to be. I'm like, no, it's so small. But then because you usually read manga so much smaller, whenever you get a manga this size, you're like, oh my god, there's so much room to breathe.
Yeah.
But I kind of think a big part of it might actually be the amount of negative space they allow themselves to have around the frame. Because if I was to look at this, right, like the panels usually end pretty close. Do you know what I mean? The borders.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And this isn't just in Bancroft's thing. It's like, but then I have this other book, Fatal, which people probably know about. Like people were waiting for a while for it, but it came out. It's like same size, but then I'm opening it up, and like it lets itself have as much negative space around the edge as like sometimes you even find in manga. Like look at all this negative space around the panel on some of these shots.
Oh, that looks awesome.
Yeah, this book looks fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And I think no matter what the size of your book, having more negative space around the edges of the panels and stuff, even though as an artist you never want to do it because you never want to give up the page space. You always want to draw something. But I think adding that negative space around panels makes it feel bigger no matter what the size of the book, no matter what the size of the print.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I think my panel borders go like the previous page. That's about what I do for Fiendish. I try to not get too close to the edge because I'm always, even though I build in bleed, I'm afraid of cropping issues and stuff.
I get you.
So, but yeah, interesting. I think with manga in general, this visual storytelling just has more space to breathe. Like we're talking about on the paneling episode on our show last week, how sometimes they would do the large gutters and just pacing.
Yeah, the
just
horizontal
more,
large gutters.
yeah, more environment shots and stuff. So I really enjoyed that about manga. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it's so bloody and cool.
She's Renie's screaming herself over all the blood effects.
Blood.
I've been trying to do some gory so like part of my thing, like what I was drawing the other day, I was drawing this Connell the Barbarian thing, this Connell piece, because I was trying to do I'm gonna start thumbnailing the pages. And like I wanted to draw a couple of key art pieces that are like on big paper, not small, that have more detail to them than usual. And this is like Connell using his shape-shifting dick powers to like turn his dick into like an axe, and he's like and he's like cutting an orc in half. He's cutting a block directly in half all the way down. You can't really see it, but this is like him being cross-sectioned in two, and like that one of the other blocks is trying to keep back all the women that are like in love with him. They're like, yes, rape it, kill our husbands, we'll become yours. Because they have like a tradition where if you kill their husband, they become your property.
Damn.
So like yeah, like that's block culture. So like it's almost like they're all the races in Connell the Barbarian are kind of like parodies of these are kind of like a parody of modern dating culture in a sense. Like these are like the hypergamous kind of like Tinder thoughts. So they're like, yes, rape, like pillage, murder our husbands so we can get the better like hero as we belong to him, and like then they get hyper traditional. Is like, no, we are your property.
Oh boy.
they're always cheering on the people invading their villages, and then the males are like, why you cheer for enemy? And then the husbands speak very gruffly, but then the women all have like California accents. They're like, oh my god, I mean, he's like totally strong, he's gonna kill everybody, it's so awesome. Like I can't wait until he owns us. Like,
damn. You know,
yeah, so that's the block race.
I will abstain from commenting on this.
Oh, really? It's it. Oh, yeah. So I'm just trying to key in to all the key fetishes.
Yeah.
That like the oh yes, come on, ruin my civilization and take me away, and I will be the property damsel. But yeah,
oh yes. All these people. A lot of people they say they want to be free and don't need no man, but you know, sometimes they really seem like they just want to be slammed into that bed and depressed a little bit.
They go, guys.
They like,
and that's definitely what the female blocks like in their society. So like they're pretty much just being like like they're almost like willing sex slaves or whatever. And then so that is a piece I was working on, and the whole another juxtaposition is like having really gory stuff, but it's like, you know, in something like this, the gore is kind of grim. Do you know what I mean? Like it's meant to make the scene feel like a little bit harrowing or a little bit real. And then, but like in Connell, it's just the juxtaposition of like really crazy mask. Oh, it's like the Mask. Do you know what I mean? You would have like the big smiling mask, and then he would be like obliterating everyone.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that piece looks great.
Cheers. Thanks. I need to work on it.
You got this. I'm working on something, but I don't know if I can show it.
You don't have to if you don't want to. Oh no, this is the thing I was bringing up. I've got like Deleta manga paper that I work on, and it's hard to really see in the camera. But like the standard kind of like lines that they like panel border stuff they give you on manga stuff. So like this is the edge of the paper, and this is the bleed, right? But then like the typical panel area is like that far away from it. You get like a ton of I think they just naturally have a ton of negative space in the way they do stuff, and I think in an American comic they would like pretty much be half that.
Okay, it's not supposed to be that close. Or maybe I'm just using a different template because we have an issue with every single company has a different template.
Okay, well,
but
this
I think
is
in general, it's
this
close.
is the natural page bleed. This is just how you would choose to draw it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if I've got like a copy of Zom 100 here. You ever heard of this?
No, I don't think so. Oh, that's gold and shiny.
Yeah, I was looking at it. This is like a spot, like a Pantone of like actual gold pearlescentness.
Shiny.
Yeah, and like they've got some pretty big, shiny books. Yeah, the graphic design on this particular series on the volumes was pretty inviting. But yeah, they always have pretty thick panel borders. Like that's it. Like it's like that is the normal bleed, and then like that distance when shrunk down like equates to that. So yeah.
Cool. Let me see. Image size. Usually my live area is like 6 inches by like 9.5 inches. 10, 9.5. So do like a half inch or more, about a half inch.
You'd probably have to show a typical guide because I don't understand what those numbers mean.
Oh, right. So that's about a little less than a centimeter.
Okay.
I lived in Taiwan. I speak metric.
Well, I do too. I'm just literally, if you said any number, I guess. But if you're saying like a centimeter on the page, wait a minute. I actually have Fiendish in this pile, so I could even bring it out to see how it compares.
Still less than a centimeter, I guess. But I try to leave some extra space.
Did you say you're working on Fiendish 3 then?
No, I'm working on pages for Fiendish 2. But I've been a while ago. I was doing a lot of scripting for Fiendish 3. No, not right now. It's more. So I'm working on the side story.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Managing that, and also starting production for stuff, because it's not just I'm drawing the pages. I'm like
just getting the ball rolling.
Communicating, about getting the map printed and the standees made. And I found a place. I know where to go for the prints and the trading cards, so that's good. That's already set up. So yeah.
Where is the Fiendish here? What's going on? I had it around.
Find it!
No, it was literally the black and white edition is like within this pile. Basically, I was trying to do the impossible task. I've set about getting all my CG books, and I'm going to fucking read them. I'm actually going to read them. Can you imagine reading them?
No, actually.
There you go. Like
I am terrible. I really need to read all my CG books.
But I
don't want to. I just haven't been reading anything, guys. This is difficult.
I have the same feeling. It's like that whole line, the kind of cope line of like, if you're making it, you're not really gonna. If you're reading it, you're not really gonna make it. Like if you're making it, you're not reading it because you're too busy making it. But I've kind of been like, maybe that is like the hump. Like I have this theory about things that seem difficult, and you perceive the molehill as a mountain when it's really a molehill. And if you just like decide to try going over the mountain, you then realize it was a molehill. And I'm thinking that that might be the case with reading all these books. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think what it's like when you think you have a big task, but then people say break it down into smaller tasks. The big task is reading the huge pile of stuff that you have. Like, it looks like a mountain. Like, if I'm about to look at all those like library full of manga volumes that I haven't read, I'm like, that is a mountain of pages. But then the breaking it down into smaller tasks is like, well, you only have to read one book at a time.
Yeah. Well, shamefully, I pretty much have already done that, and I still haven't read anything.
Oh, okay.
There's like 3 books that I'm like, I will get through these first, and I still haven't done it.
Yeah.
I'm the worst, but I think like, I'm too just mentally caught up with doing Fiendish. It's like the house stuff and Fiendish, and well, we had I'm sure you know we have tax season. We have taxes in the middle of the fucking year. It's weird. So
yeah, my tax season is in January. So like when I nope out during January, that's what I'm doing.
Yep. Most places have January. I don't know why we have it in fucking April here, but there you go.
Well, the actual end of the tax year is April, but we have to do it ahead of time, or we do it in February. So the tax year does end around that time, but
interesting. Well, no, for us, the fiscal year ends like on December 31st, but we don't have to file until April.
Okay, I love that. Don't have to. I love that. Don't have to, because I could do mine earlier as well, but I don't.
Yeah,
have to.
I can, but I never do.
I always because it's like the end of January is when you have to do it. It's like, well, I have Christmas first. I'm obviously not going to do it before Christmas because I have Christmas to get through.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Richie Dupe's message has been sitting here for a while saying, do you think the negative space draws in your eyes more? I personally think it does, but
yeah, I think, well, negative space, no matter, even when not in the context of being comic gutters, it helps clarify a composition. So I think that's both within a page. Think about, like, look at those panels where it's just the main character's name is Killy. Yeah, all that negative space, that makes that panel really easy to read. And all the other panels, it makes it all like and overall on this page you have a balance of panels that have a lot of negative space and less negative space, and you can say the same thing for the entire page or the entire 2-page spreads. If you have more negative space and larger gutters, I mean, there's a limit. If your gutters are like, like 3 inches wide and tiny panel, I mean, you can get ridiculous, but it adds clarity.
Yeah,
there's just more space between the panels and it's just clearer because comics is about legibility.
Yeah, if you had to, it's all about contrast. It's all about contrast. I also love in manga that doesn't get done as much. And I know it's because that they're making their stuff in chapters for magazines, and usually the page, like the starting and ending pages, the spreads don't usually balance, so they'll introduce like these kind of like pages in between. But like, I want to see, I'm going to do it in my book, I think that the pages that usually get placed between manga chapters, right, like
those spread pages,
yeah, like the in between 2 hopefully this doesn't have nipples in it. I don't think this is a nipple based book, but whatever. It's not happening so much in this, but yeah, they'll have like maybe 1 page in between that has like, say, a little drawing in the corner. And for people making books where we're making stories that have little chapters in them and we want bits of respite, I actually think those pages are a good storytelling opportunity that hasn't been used yet. Do you not think?
Oh, you clearly haven't read Fiendish.
Yeah, I have. No. Your story is one long story. It's not split up into. I'm talking about when you see a volume and you have multiple chapters within the volume, right? And then, do you have like blank pages between scene breaks?
Yeah, kind of. I was just poking at you, but I do actually have this all black page with the chapter title and a little demon at
Ooh.
the bottom that I use because I use it as a break between the main story and then the extra content and stuff.
See, okay, what I'm saying is, you know, when you've gone through a scene, I actually think there is an opportunity to do that kind of thing between some scenes, and the illustration that's on it can reveal some information about, say, an object that was in that scene. Like the example I have is a small character is running away from a bigger character, like holding a sack that it stole from it, and you never see what's in the sack even at the end of the scene. And then but then in between that scene and the next scene, you have one of those pages, and the illustration at in the corner of the page is that sack opened to reveal what was in it the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you continue the scene, it can get like in the rest of the book, it can get like brought back later.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think well, I don't know about between scenes. I think if you just have like a page like that in the middle of a chapter.
Okay.
It depends, but I do plan on kind of doing something like that for end of chapters, like adding a little, almost like a mini little prologue about. It's like maybe I had a small loose thread that sometimes I leave these small loose threads that could turn out either way that aren't really plot essential, but I'm thinking of adding like a little sketch page at the end of the chapter to show people, hey, this is how this turned out.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
Do you mean like a couple of pages? Like, what do you mean by a sketch page? How do you mean by that then?
Like, you know those pages at the end of chapters in manga where it's just a little doodle of the characters doing, like, it'll be anything. It doesn't even need to be something happening. Sometimes they'll just have like the end page where usually at the end of either a chapter or usually a tankobon where it's like the character could just be sitting under the tree sleeping or some shit, but it's like a break.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean.
Yeah, so yeah, it'll happen.
Oh hell yeah! Like using those purposely for storytelling, I think that's an awesome idea. That is actually really fucking cool that you're thinking about the same thing, because I've never seen anyone do it.
I'm sure someone has done it, but it probably, I don't know if Kim Lee has done it. Somebody else with more of a manga influence.
I've got it. I've got it. I've got Fiendish wine.
Okay, found it.
Are you okay with me showing absolutely everything in this or not?
Ask the chat.
Oh,
are you guys okay with it?
It's funny. Literally yesterday, Bancroft's in the chat. Literally yesterday, I went through the Lucent with Bancroft. I could actually go through Fiendish with you right now if you really wanted to like hear what I was thinking as I was reading it. That's
okay. Hey, if you guys haven't read Fiendish and don't want to be spoiled, I guess come back in about 20 minutes.
Do you think I think it took us like over an hour to go through his. It was great. We did such a deconstruction. It was awesome. But I think he was packing in a lot of spinning plates, whereas like you have focused on action a little bit and less of the like mystery box storytelling that Bancroft seems to focus on.
Yeah, chapter 1 isn't exactly high intelligence.
Well, it's funny reading. So the story that I've written, I'm trying to be good with the structure so it feels rewarding to the reader, but I haven't tried to be intelligent because in the past I've been like, will anyone even pick up on this? Reading the Lucent actually made me think maybe I could do some more clever stuff with my own
Yes, I am in the same boat. So with chapter 1, I kind of went all manga pacing. How to read English? And I both decompressed the story a lot. You'll notice I'll take multiple pages to do one thing. Like when I could compress it more, but I was going slow with the pacing, and like that's why if you guys watched my really early streams from like 2 years ago, I was saying, well, Fiendish is like 20 chapters, but that's because I was going with manga pacing and I completely restructured it, but also compressed the story. And chapter 2 when you guys get it, see if you can tell. It's actually 2 chapters mashed into one. So now it's 9 chapters, and almost every book is 2 or 3 previous books mashed into one. And I've taken a lot of non-plot essential stories and made them side stories that I'll have drawn as supplementals going forward.
That sounds very clever.
And the reason though is I got feedback that people felt like it was a fun read, but they wanted more. And it was like, it didn't feel like 50 pages, and they wanted to know more about the characters. It felt like I could have told more within this book. And I was like, oh, I get it. I was too decompressed. And it's good that people are interested, but I could have fit more in. So I'm going to do that going forward, because that was the feedback. And also, like, I was really afraid of going too heavy on the world building. So I was very light on it with book 1. I wanted to just do like a attention grabbing, like super jockey, hey, you're fighting a demon kind of thing. And but I think I almost was maybe a little too afraid of diving into the world building. So but maybe that was a good thing, because I've eased people into it with chapter. You notice it when you read chapter 1. It seems very fantasy at first, or like normal. Well, the opening scene with like the flashback, I kind of took it. It's kind of like what FMA did. A lot of mangas do it. It's like, oh, quick flashback to like a really traumatic past scene, and you don't know what's going on, but let's flash forward, and it all ties together in the end. But other than this opening scene with these demons, most of the book is like set in a normal, looks like a medieval town, until the demon comes out later. Then that's when the fantasy element comes in. I don't have any magic casters at first at all. And towards the end, I have like 4 bonus pages. That's when Ragna does a surprise appearance, and she's the caster. So she can perform magic, and at the same time, she speaks Nanarsa in those pages. So I'm easing throughout the book, easing in my world building. See, she's making these signs and casting magic. So that's my introduction to my magic system. I don't really explain it, but you see what it looks like, and her speech here is in my constructed language.
Which you have like a whole translation for in the back.
Yeah.
So did you originally plan to have the Ragnar part at the end, or did you think you wanted to add that on when you got through it? Because people were because you were kind of showing her off, right? And then people were really digging her. Did you maybe add that afterwards, thinking, hey, people really like her, they might be disappointed if they don't even see her at all in the first book, so like you'll do this? Or did you always plan to have this little introduction to her?
Yeah, I totally added that on halfway through. But it was also a stretch goal. But I made it a stretch goal because I realized people really like her, and it would help the structure of my story. So, and I knew I was going to make the stretch goal, so I was like, 4 extra pages. People like having more content, so I drew those extra pages.
Well, yeah. the opening scene, this flashback. So when there's a so I've always done a similar thing whenever I've written a story, because in my head I'm thinking people want. I don't ever let myself start off with something slow, right, and slow building. I'm like, people want a very condensed, tense moment to start something off with. Like I tried writing a story that started off this, like my book. It kind of originally is supposed to start off with something like this, and then it builds pretty quickly. But then I'm now thinking of going back and adding a scene kind of like this, where it's like a condensed sudden in before the slow build. But like, so did you always, when you were even when you first imagined the first story, did you always have this as the beginning?
Did I? I don't think so. Oh my god, it was so long ago. I started working on this in 2018. I think when the first pages I actually drew were not the prologue. No, it was the search scene. Yeah. Fun fact. So when I first I started drawing this because I was so desperate to have my own comic. I started drawing these pages before I had any idea where the story was going. So,
oh, that's funny.
So chapter 1 is like this weird journey where I started drawing it while I was scripting, and I had to go back and change things. I have a preview book out there that I put out in 2019 that I brought to New York Comic Con, and I have very few copies of it. But
do you have it? Do you want to show it? Do you have it? Do you want to show it?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, give me a second. Let me go find
Hell
it.
yeah.
It's buried somewhere in my storage room.
Guys, this is turning into another How to Read stream. This is awesome. I want to do the same thing with novel with Earthbound. This is hilarious. 2 days in a row, 2 How to Read streams. That's crazy. Let me catch up with you guys while she's away. I know Bancroft's in here. He did the eyes thing earlier. I didn't really know how to break the conversation and say hello, but hail, Bancroft. You do have the link, but I know you enjoy watching these streams and not coming in and interrupting them, observing the like quantum mechanics principle of if you observe something, you change it. But you're definitely welcome because I might run out of things to say. And then Moromi says the April deadline is if you owe money and you can reduce what you owe by then. The funny thing about UK taxes is mine got readjusted and I had to pay even more. And I was already annoyed by how much I had to pay. And I haven't sorted that out yet. But like, oh, you fucking bastards. They say you have to pay by a certain time, right? And you pay it. And then they readjust it and say you actually owe this. But then it's already accruing interest when they like you don't know about it. Like what? So I'm supposed to just take what you say within like a day and pay it instantly to avoid interest? You absolute bastards. Oh, by the way, Bancroft, you know this piece? I have been told that this piece doesn't have a name or that you haven't given people the name. And people want the name and they were asking me for the name. Is there a name for this piece? Because if you don't say one, then I'm going to reply to that tweet with like the manifestation of the denippled. That's my fake title for this. If you don't state your title, my fake title is going to be the manifestation of the denippled. So yeah. Yeah, how to read Fiendish, exactly. And he says that was a great stream. Yeah, yesterday's stream turned out awesome. It made me love this book even more because when you're reading it, you don't get to usually talk to the authors of anything. And so you can think of a bunch of theories in your head. To be honest, like I do with Inglorious Rex, I have a lot of thoughts about Inglorious Rex, a lot of hopes about Inglorious Rex, but like I don't have access to Shane. So I can't ask him all the questions. So I have to like temper my expectations. But after talking to Bancroft, I don't really have to temper my expectations anymore. I can get fully excited about the Lucent. And also after talking to Renie about Fiendish, sometimes like I can get fully excited about that too. Perth says, I got my copy here. I'll read it now. Hopefully you're either talking about this or the Lucent. You should read both. I read Fiendish as soon as I got it. There are 2 books that I read as soon as I got it. Inglorious Rex and Fiendish. I've been saving Cyberfrog until I get Wreck Planet so I can read both at the same time. I must have read more. Like, I've read the Lucent now, and that was pretty close to after I got it. But, you know, I was going through a bit. I was going through a phase when I got the Lucent. Oh, wait. I boxed it already. Too hard to get to. I hate when I store stuff away and I want to go find it. I have, like, an amazingly articulated drawing figure, like an anime drawing reference figure, and it is the best one. It is literally the best one you can get. And I don't know where the fuck it is. I might have packed it away, and it might even be in my mom's garage. Oh, garage. I'm not an American. I don't say garage. Garage. Simply Green says, other than chapter title pages for storytelling, there's things like Takitoma Days. Is Taki... Wait a minute. 2 seconds. Where is that book? I have piles. Oh, you made me think of Sakamono Days. Do you not mean Sakamono Days, like that convenience store ex, like top bodyguard guy? Because like I've got that, but that's a different name. Something like mini spin-off, other comedic. I've thought about in manga they do strip comics with the characters in, and I can imagine that they're just like somewhere in the usual magazines, right? The Shonen Jumps, they just put them in sometimes for fun. I've been thinking about doing those to fill in some storytelling blanks, like a literal classic strip comic style. Great stream series idea. I'd have to arrange it with people. This just came together at the end. It'd be funny if this one ends up being called How to Read Fiendish, but I don't necessarily think we're going to go that.
Your headphones. can't hear
Whoa.
you.
Oh, cool. I got confused for a second. I thought you like came in as another person and then added yourself. I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening?
What?
No, it's just because you literally because I have me as an extra person.
Oh yeah, you're
like, I've got
screen
this
share.
going on.
Yeah.
But let's.
No, it's you with my book. So this is what I was talking about. There's this book. That was this is the first ever time Fiendish was printed in 2019.
Hold on.
And
I can just do this.
boom. And his first time Fiendish was printed in 2019. It's about half of chapter 1. Most of these pages are the free preview that's available on my website on fiendishcomic.com. Check it out. But what's interesting is this is like a background for a text page in the actual chapter 1 book, but this was never an official cover again. This was the first cover I did. And look at the back cover. I did this way long ago. This is like actually old art, but
that's what you're using for the reprint cover.
But look how different Isko looks, and look how different Yomi looks. Their designs have changed.
They look slightly more anime-ish.
And her eyes, I hadn't decided that the dev's eyes were had black sclera.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and he is older. He was originally 15. He had shorter hair. So he looks completely different. I went back and edited him in look how different he looks. Look. This was the first edition. Yeah. So some people I don't have any copies of this, I think. I have some left. I don't know if I'm going to.
How big is that? Is that comic book size or a little bit bigger?
It's an issue. It's like 22 pages with some.
No, I know. I mean the physical format dimensions. So it's
it's standard.
Size?
Yeah, it's standard comic size. Yep. Oh, and there's a really old version of the map too. Look at this shit.
Whoever has this is like an artifact. You can imagine.
I only have like maybe 200 copies of this out there.
I know that's the kind of thing I would want to own. I would want to own that shit.
I have very few. I think I just looked on my shelf, and I think I have like maybe like 10 copies left. So
wow, you mean they're gonna be very special. That's the kind of thing you should probably just keep for a bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it. Nobody's getting it.
Do you want to come off full screen? Have you finished showing or?
Yes, I'm so embarrassed.
Oh wait. Yeah. No, I didn't know if you were done on that, but.
Mostly, I just wanted to show people, like, look how different he looks. And as we flip through the final edition, you'll see what I changed. So let's go.
Cool. Right. So, the first scene, which I guess you probably added, was this in the preview?
Let me see. Was it? It was.
Yeah.
And it was the color one too. I had already decided to.
You'd already, yeah. Okay, so even at that point, it was in. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I had the whole chapter penciled at this point at the end of 2019, but the second half of the book wasn't done yet. So
cool.
I published the first half. I was trying to Ride to New York Comic Con. I was trying to promote it. Clearly that didn't help, but at least I tried.
And you have this whole scene, and I think when I first read this, I was like, "Wait, is this super young Casimir?" Do you know what I mean? Like the younger kid. Yeah. But then, as you go through the scene, you kind of realize that this is younger Casimir, right?
Nope.
Oh, really? So this is okay. So I was right. That was him.
You're right. Okay. That's Casimir. He has the braids. It's fine if you're confused because that's his brother. I made them look really similar on purpose.
Well, no, but he's got I think me.
No, you have to look closely. Look at the pattern of his burns on the next page. Yeah, on that page. But you can see panel 1. He has the burns and he has the 2 braids. He has this weird hairstyle with 2 rat tails. So that's Casimir. Yeah. And cool. The burns, his brother never got burns to that extent. Yeah, and it'll be clearer with the chapter 2.5 because that's a flashback, and you'll get to see.
No, it was pretty clear to me. It's just when I was flicking through this now and seeing this particular shot of him and then this shot, I was just considering, like, have I been wrong the whole time? Like, was this him? But no, because then in my head I was thinking, like, oh, this almost then has a parallel to him looking after E-Skull later on. Which is, oh, there's boobs here. Nice. There's some nipples going on. I never noticed those nipples. And I
It's
never
fine. It's black and white. You can't see it on YouTube.
and I never comprehended that there was this woman like leading all of these demons around. Like I thought, like
what's going on there.
That is interesting. Why didn't you help us, Casimir? Wait, but she's talking to the kid version. Like, why didn't the kid Casimir help them? And like they're attacking the village because of something he did potentially? Or like, that's interesting.
Keep reading.
Run away and never come back. And then like, dun dun. So this is what you meant by a sketch page, potentially? Because of the drawing on it and like having it at the end and
but I know
through that.
Yeah, I know you meant something else. So.
Cool. 9 years later, far away, near the town of Alstrad. And then they go on this kind of like hunt thing. And the whole way through, Casimir just seems like pissed off with everyone.
Yeah. I think I wanted to make him a prick, but I think there were points where I was not quite used to doing it yet in chapter 1. I think overall it was good, but there were some points where he was yelling at people. I was like, okay, it was almost like it just became too much. It seemed like he was emotionally unstable when I just wanted him to be cold and standoffish, but I think I fixed that. I fixed that.
No, it didn't come across too bad. It just seems like he was put upon by the whole situation. But then like it also seemed like E-Skull didn't seem like he was fucking up. He felt like he was trying his best, and it still wasn't good enough for Casimir. That's the kind of like feeling I got from it.
Yeah, so this beginning scene, like I want to like let you tell me what you think of each scene instead of me sitting here dictating. This is my intention, because it's important that I hear what people interpret from it. But so after the prologue scene of the flashback to Casimir's childhood and trauma of how his hometown was destroyed, there's this is like 9 years later, he's grown up. They're searching for a man who has gone missing in the woods in winter. And when they find him, as you can see in the previous page, he's all like fucking torn up. And they think it's a freak accident or something until E-Skull points out there's a hole under his chin. You see at the top, right?
There you go.
And Casimir seems to recognize something, but I don't really reveal until a couple of pages later. And then it's like he thinks it's revealed slowly that he thinks it's the same demons that destroyed his hometown. And the next day, him and E-Skull alone go into the woods to try and track this thing down.
Yeah, it's like so the feeling I got is he's been kind of like roped into this.
Yeah.
And he's like, what? But then because of this like him discovering what actually happened, he gets like a bit of a lead, and now he's actually interested in investigating this further, kind of thing.
Yeah, my intention was because of his past and also some things with the way he was raised after he left his hometown. He has just trained himself to not really care about people that much. Him and E-Skull don't actually live in town. He survives as a hunter, and he kind of lives in a shack in the woods. I don't reveal it here yet, but E-Skull's actually his cousin, and went to. There's a whole backstory about how E-Skull ended up with Casimir because he had nobody else to go to. But so that's why E-Skull's with him, and that's part of why E-Skull puts up with Casimir, because it's sort of this thing where he it's both like his only family, but he also knows that this is kind of a facade for Casimir. He knows why Casimir is the way he is. But
Well, I always imagined that the way that he was essentially probably went through a similar situation to that Casimir did here, right? You don't have to give. I'm just saying what I think. You don't have to give any answers at all. By the way, I'm just gonna say what I think. Like you definitely shouldn't give details. Like just generically, like, well, if don't say stuff just because I kind of like hinted it or whatever. You should keep cards close to your chest that you still want to. I just want to share what I did.
oh, have I been saying too much?
No. I'm just, you might if I keep going. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
all right, I'll shut up.
No, you don't have to. Definitely don't shut up. Because
This is my face.
But you know, essentially, because I asked a shit ton of questions to Bancroft's thing, and it was always like, you will see. And he felt good that someone had actually picked up on certain things, so it went kind of like that. But yeah, I imagined the reason that the only, so you have this character that doesn't really want to bother with anyone, but then he has this other guy that's being kept around, even though he seems to be a bit exacerbated by him, and that just made me think, after seeing this situation already, that this character may have been through something similar, as in like losing everything, has no one left, and so he like manages to relate to him in some aspect, and so like is probably the only person that he would take in, because it's almost like he's taking in himself, but then is also being harsh on him, because he didn't have a he when he was he, maybe, or he did, and his mentor was rough, so he might even think like he doesn't want to coddle him. Like he's almost like he's avoiding coddling him by being tough with him, but like, and maybe he deep down he would be less tough if he let himself. That's how he interpreted kind of like their situation. He didn't have to go full poker face, but okay. Yeah, I asked for it. I fucking asked for it.
You want poker face? I'll give you poker face.
It's a happy medium.
No, chill.
Okay, great. So yeah, they head back to, and I'm showing the black and white version because I love the black and white version, and I was there in the chat all the time saying, please, for the love of God, do a grayscale version. But yeah, hopefully the next time you do the black and white, it's not even going to be grayscale like this, is it? It's going to be the artist edition, right?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the inks only editions going forward. It depends. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm going to do a poll and see what the audience wants. That's what matters.
Me as a customer, I know that we always have like taste that we want, but I would like you, the creator, to make the product that you want, and I wouldn't want to be like, do this just because I want it. Like, if you want to make artist editions, and if that's like a better use of resources, and it makes it a different product, a more different product than the color book, then I'd be happy to. I'd still buy it essentially. And you want to make it bigger too?
Yeah, it would be bigger. I'm leaning towards the artist edition though, because I'm thinking of doing what Phil Diaz and the Zades have been doing with the manga version eventually. So I'm gonna wait till like the first 4 books are done and then just do a giant manga.
Very good. Brilliant. Renie's got a bad case of the Zades when it comes to her manga edition.
Bad case of the Zades, yes. Hey, I'm here for stealing business ideas, and you know, I don't think there's a problem with it. I appreciate them.
I don't think anyone would. And yeah, they come back to the town, and like, I don't think there's much to say about them coming back to the town.
Not much, not really.
You just get to see that there is a world in play, and it's not just like they're at a small camp and stuff. Like,
yeah, like, sorry, here I was kind of just doing the manga thing. I'm trying to get everybody to really settle into the world. And I was told by some people that, well, they really wanted me to go into the town and explore it at this point. I was like, I get that, but it would have had no story purpose. Like I wanted you to feel like there's a town there. It's a living city. You can probably infer a few things from just the structure of the environment, but there is no plot reason to explore it more right now. You'll see more of it in chapter 2, though.
Yeah, like if you'd have had them exploring the town here, you would have had to have done something like maybe a shopkeeper offered to sell him something that would have been useful, and maybe he was there looking after their money, and it would have indicated his character didn't have much to spend or didn't want to be taken in by a salesman. But then, like later on during the action scene, he could have potentially needed the thing that the person was trying to sell him. So it could have like indicated, oh, Casimir isn't always right, and then like he could have used a makeshift tool that mimics the thing that someone was trying to sell him to like win. But that's just like when you say people want people to explore, and you can't just do that for no reason. It has to have a reason. Like, yeah, you would have to introduce something that has a payoff later if you were going to bother doing that. But yeah, it's cool that you get to explore it later on. And then, you know, when this town gets as a target from the Great Army, they're going to set up a bunch of explosives around this part of the rock here. And then they're going to like completely blow it up, and then the entire town is going to fall into this ravine.
So I had different ideas for it. Okay, I'm not spoiling anything because in the earlier version of the script, there's actually a battle at this town, but I actually scrapped that. Maybe I'll go back to it, but I don't think at this point there's a reason to have that battle anymore. But I had some cool ideas about using that landscape. It would have been fun.
Okay, cool. So do you think this will have a relevance later on, you're saying?
50-50.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and they're heading out, and basically like Casimir's trying to have some transfer of knowledge, like trying to teach him a little bit of stuff that's like obvious to him but not so obvious to Eskull, while picking up on clues going for the rig.
Yeah, they're also tracking this demon that's not a normal creature. It's sort of like Casimir's like, I've seen these creatures, and well, he hasn't talked about it yet in this page where he's kind of like looking at this burned I guess, I don't know, tree branch thingy majiggy. He's been like really cryptic with Eskull, like you'll find out, you'll see, just look for burns and look for marks, and he's trying to have Eskull notice things on his own, but Eskull's not picking up on it, so he tells him, okay, the thing we're looking for isn't a normal animal. We're not looking for tracks in the snow. Yes, there's not tracks anymore because it's snowed since last night. We wouldn't see anything. You want to look for burns on tree branches that are high up, because the creatures I remember, they would burn any organic material that they touch. So he points out like the tree, the branches, and the bark and everything. And then he tells Eskull there's this the way they kill people is by mummifying them, which is how they found that missing man earlier.
Yeah. Is mummification essentially like you suck all that blood out super quick?
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Obviously, I'm thinking, okay, not just their blood and their soul.
Oh.
Yeah, and they want to get to it before it's dark. And I guess because he's acting so casual, he's not so stressed about this situation. Like Casimir himself, he's just trying to like be really hands off. Like he's not on edge.
You felt like he was not on edge here? Why? Because he's playing with his.
Because he's playing with his axe.
Oh, I was kind of intending that as he just wanted something to do, because he's actually on edge. He needed his hands to be doing something.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So could be taken a different way. That's fine.
So he is on edge. Yeah. His expression also seems like kind of like casual, almost bored, almost fed up and bored that he's not picking up on all this stuff. And maybe that hints as to what's going on later is like he doesn't realize something important. Like maybe he is getting distracted by the teacher role, and it's not letting him pick up on as much stuff as he could.
There's some stuff he does find out about a weird thing during the fight, but I think my intention was more so that's just his baseline is he pretends to not care.
Okay. I get you. Okay. So yeah, they happen upon a very talkative caravan of people who sound Scottish. Is that the whole thing? Are they supposed to sound Scottish-ish?
In my head, yeah. Like I was just like, okay, what's the best accent that's easily transferable to Texan? It's the Scottish accent.
Yeah.
So that's really the only reason I made it.
How are you doing on this fine wintry day? Like,
Yeah.
hello, laddies. Yeah,
It's really distinctive in Texas. It's like in my head, a lot of the characters have accents, but I don't. It's like hard to spell it out.
It's hard. It is hard to portray them. It is one of the like if you're gonna pick it, any accent for your giant ogre in your kids film, I guess you got to go for Scottish.
Yeah.
Locals are ye. It's awfully cool to be walking out. Like, we're used to it. Suppose you would be. Where you headed, young lad? You two need a ride. No, it's okay. We're kind of fucking busy. Like, yeah, like.
Oh my god.
And then you get like the whole fucking. I loved when this got read on Ethan's stream, and he was literally going into reading the whole thing as if it was 48. What does he say? Like, two boys hunting on a crisp snowy morn. How absolutely splendid! Friendship is the treasure of life. Reminds me of my own glorious youthful days. I tell ye, when I was just a wee one like ye, growing up in Isva. There was a gang of rambunctious laddies and lasses that I ran with too. The trouble that we got in, always covered in dirt we were. Yes, sir. There was I just want to, because you probably haven't heard this read in the actual accent. So
I haven't. This is great. This is the first time I had someone who could actually do the accent read it. I love it. Yeah.
If the audience is like, God, he's gonna read it all, I'm doing this.
You don't have to, because the whole point of the text is that he talks a lot and it's annoying. That's why I don't even have it in front of the figures. It's behind Casimir's head.
Exactly. It is, and it's grayed out too, so it does make sense. But it is literally like, so you're busy, are you? Well, how about I tell you a long story about my childhood and completely piss you off? Like, no, sir, please. Do you need a ride? Do you want to listen to me for the next 5 hours while I tell him my life story while you're in the back of my wagon? Like, no, we're hunting demons.
I appreciate it. That was wonderful.
There we go. Yeah, perfect, Jake. I never get the opportunity to do accents very much because, like, I can't make up stuff very, very quickly when it comes to like an actual deep, long bit of text. Like,
this was your moment to shine.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So then, like, oh God, there's even more of it. He goes on even more.
Yeah, you can't shut up.
Yes.
It's actually funny. I dropped hints at some of the older comics I've done in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What are the things that he's talking about?
I forget the other ones. I kind of like made up of some so they're a traveling theater caravan, and so he's going on and on about all these plays that they do. And
I never read it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not important. But I was like, this is a perfect place to have some Easter eggs. So I've been putting out like short comics and just printing them myself for years. And so there was Beads, there was Shaman Child was the only one where I did it was supposed to be an ongoing series. I did one chapter, but then I got really dejected as nobody was interested. But Shaman Child's in there, so I just put that name in there as a play that they do because I thought it would be fun.
What's Shaman Child?
It's the name. The term YA is cursed now, but the way I was doing it wasn't the way most YA is. It's a story set in like a seaside town in kind of a semi-fantasy world. It's like my idea is I wanted to kind of feel like an remote ocean village, fishing village in like Malaysia or Thailand or even southern Taiwan.
Is it the murder mystery thing?
No, that's a different thing.
Okay.
That's a different thing. So, and so I've always kind of had a thing for like shamans and stuff, but this one is supposed to be set in kind of like just ambiguous fishing village, somewhere in the global south. But the main character was like a teenage girl who was the shaman's apprentice. Her grandmother was the shaman of the town, and she was the heir to the shaman's seat. And then something happened to the town, like the ocean god got mad at them for reasons that I won't spoil. And but basically it falls on the main character to do something to save the town. And then Moana came out, and I was like, oh
God, that happens all the time with me, man.
I know.
Like, it might.
Yo, hold on. I might sell the website. She even looks like Moana. I was so...
Let's bring it up.
I wasn't even mad because I'm like, well, I didn't finish it, but I was like, okay, but it creeped me out because she's dark skinned, she has curly hair, she's a teenager, and she's sailing out to meet an ocean god to save her hometown. I'm like, what the fuck? And I even had a lot of spiral motifs in the art. Like,
I usually interpret that. As like we all download from the same fucking stream, and if you're downloading stuff that ends up being super successful, it's just kind of an indication that you're kind of on the ball when it comes to the stuff that you're gonna pick. Do you know what I mean? Like you're close to the source of like the true source, but like you're probably gonna have to be a bit quicker to market next time. Like I've in my game Hollow Fist, which is like a Pokemon thing, I had this whole concept of Goliath Hollow Buddies where they were like 20 feet tall and they'd lived for like thousands of years. And then Pokemon brings out like Dynamax Pokemon that are like super big, and I'm like, oh well, I guess I can't do that anymore. I'm now trying to think of a different story.
Sorry, this is weird. Someone like of just a couple weeks ago posted on Reddit asking about a shaman child. That's weird.
Ooh.
I haven't revisited this in years because I thought nobody was interested.
There's a Reddit. There's a shaman child Reddit.
No, somebody posted in like a comic book board saying like, "Hey, do you guys remember this? Do you guys know if it finished?"
Ah, I get you.
Well, it didn't. I'm sorry because
Do you think it ever would?
It might, but I'll have to change things. So I think I had some pretty cool ideas. Like, it's like, yeah, there's a whole Moana thing, but there's a lot of difference, to be honest.
Simply Green says would it really surprise you if the elites are harvesting our dreams? The elites aren't all they're cracked up to be. They're a bunch of fucking idiot loser humans just like us too. They just have they probably take certain things more seriously and then manage to talk to the right kind of entities.
There you go. Yeah. So it was horizontal pages. I had a thing for doing horizontal pages for a while. I don't know why. This is really odd. This is literally 10 years ago, like over 10 years ago. So
definitely wouldn't associate this with Moana at a glance after seeing all that. I wouldn't be like, this person copied Moana. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and no, I know, like it's totally superficial. I just thought it was funny because there's a slight resemblance. There you go. So yeah, there's the temple and there's the town and
classic Renie environments, beautifully detailed.
Love drawing environments, and there you go. And then she's a teenager and she's being trained and she's really bratty and she doesn't want to do the work. But it's all stories about her growing the fuck up and learning that she has to learn things the hard way. And yeah, I fixed her fucking relationship with her dad.
Did you ever print this?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, wonderful.
I even gave a copy to Oni Press and they didn't want it.
You don't want Oni Press to want your stuff. You don't want these people to want your stuff. Like, if
I
anything...
know, I'm just still bitter about it because I was like, I've been putting my stuff out for so long and nobody wanted it.
Keep going
trying.
if you want to.
You guys don't understand. I didn't just come out here with Fiendish. I've been putting stuff out for like a decade.
That's brilliant.
So, anyways, let me see if there's a.
You've been smacking your head against this wall for a very long time.
Yeah. I was pretty proud of that screenshot. Let me see. Oh yeah. Oh, this is kind of a time skip because she was 13 here and now she's 17. There you go.
I like the. Oh, there we go. I like the.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I like that you. I noticed you skipped past the Steven Universe T-shirt page, but
What? Steven Universe T-shirt?
the star, the woman in the middle with the star on a thing.
Huh?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I've made myself look worse than you, so it's fine.
Okay.
We can carry on.
All right. I don't get it. Anyways, there you go.
I wondered if this is the page. This would end up being included. You did like a whole tutorial for drawing in Clip Studio or something with this, right?
Yeah, I did, and it's weird. It's like it has a shit ton of views. It's like this really early YouTube video I did, but so there you go. This is like a really old comic. But I mean, notice the similarities. I have this little spirit's flying around, and that's in Fiendish too. She's like Shaman's granddaughter, and she's the heir to the Shaman lineage, and that's Ragna and her grandmother too. And these things carry over. I've had an obsession with this for a long time.
I do that a lot too. Like elements, and you just build your own library of things that you can't come up with, and you're like, well, this didn't really connect here, so I'll just keep using it. And so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that was the cover with the text. That was one of the prints. Actually, I started doing this in college. For senior project, we're supposed to come up with a few pitches, and this was my pitch. So this was art that I was doing for the pitch. Here's some of the spirits.
Very nice.
I think that's about it. Characters. Oh, yeah, under construction. Yep, there you go. Yeah.
Like that even then you made a whole website like dedicated to this thing. Was it if it's a Blogspot thing, were you releasing this webcomic style where you were putting pages out every so often, or
No, because I had a day job. I know I couldn't do like daily or weekly updates. So but I was putting up pages every like couple weeks for a while. I think I tried pitching it and nobody was interested, so I just got really dejected. But of course, I think I was like 24, so I was a lot more easily dejected. I am thinking of trying this again someday.
it looks like it would make like a cool extra in a campaign if you hadn't printed it for a while, you know what I mean? Like that's why I asked if you'd actually printed it and put it out, because like if you had this whole thing here, it seems like a cool extra that you could include in something.
Maybe I don't have any copies with me. Maybe I should have some in Taiwan. Just going to fly back to Taiwan and get some copies.
Like it's always funny. It's also funny that you did that horizontal thing. Like I did 2 comedic autobiographical comics, like when I did self-publishing stuff, and they were like horizontal like this. They were like this big, and they would flip open. And then I also made a whole comic that was square. I just like do anything that isn't normal. Just be different. And then
I was like, I want to be. I did a lot of the indie comics I did were horizontal because I just thought it was cool, and they would flip like this, like a calendar. And then like everybody was like, everybody except the customers. Disclaimer. We're like, this is like too weird. Nobody's gonna like it. And the customers are like, oh, this is cool. Takes some getting used to, but I like it. Then everybody else was telling me to stop doing it.
Whenever I did I did them so they still opened like long ways. So then you had like a really long book. And I'm thinking about doing an art book again like that eventually. Like doing that format potentially for like art books.
Yeah, I think for Shaman Child eventually it did open sideways, but for Beads, it's a silent comic that I did, it opened like a calendar.
Cool.
Yeah, so anyways, there you go. Yay.
Looks wonderful.
I don't know how we ended up here, but
neither do I. Wait, we can maybe look at the page that we're running and decode it. Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was talking about why I put
projects.
Shaman Child.
Past projects.
Yes.
Cool. I'm the one who has to do this. There we go. And then I can put us back to this. Hey, you see my custom layouts? You see my custom thing? Like
I do. Wonderful.
So yeah. So he's telling the reader about all of Renie's past projects, twittering on, preventing like preventing Casimir from doing his like investigation, but then accidentally kind of like leading him towards a conclusion that it's actually too quiet. And you have this sequence where he realizes the only thing that he can hear is this Scottish guy's accent, and he realizes kind of slightly too late as the what you've just set up as the annoying caravan guy now gets wrecked by the demon. And you probably, if you've been set up, if you set up him to be annoying here, it then lets you feel a little bit bad for him here after he gets like completely wrecked.
Oh, it's merely a scratch. It's merely a scratch.
Just but a scratch.
Just but a scratch.
Head eaten off by a demon.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like this, I don't really think there's much to say about this other than like it's a.
No, it's very straightforward.
Well, yeah. But it is cool that when we were talking about like on the paneling thing, you have like these very regimented panels, and as soon as it goes into like an action sequence, you have like the full like kilted panel borders, and like almost this line like leads into the angle of this as it gets tilted over. But yeah, looks great. Looks wonderful. I remember when I was doing my doing my competition entry piece, like trying to think of I was trying to look at the demons in this and then decode how to design a new demon in your style, and I still couldn't do it. I was like, I still can't figure it out.
That's very weird. I'm gonna be honest. So the demons, I don't know if they look simple or complex here, but I did actually spend a lot of time figuring out exactly the visual language for these demons, because they don't all look like this. In fact, they vary a lot, because my idea is, well, I can't tell you the origins of it. It's a huge spoiler, but they have to look like they're from the same place, but they're not exactly the same, like even species of creatures. So that took a lot of finessing. And so I have certain rules for it. It's like the way they feed is always the same. Their general texture, they always have certain body parts, but arranged differently. And I have like shit tons of designs of demons in all my sketchbooks, just going through until something works. So yeah, there you go. I'm glad it was hard, I suppose.
No, it was hard for me to kind of like, because I was trying to decode like how to make a new one, but obviously it made me look into them a lot more. So like this demon, the thing that I noticed the most obviously has like two faces in it here. And I don't know if you can see like one of the other faces here. So my interpretation when I was reading this is like it made me think that there's some kind, I was thinking of drawing one, but it's probably won't be good, that there's like some thing like an existing creature or something, or something generated like a simple grublet of a creature. And then like I thought that, say, the amount of faces they have on them like indicates the amount of like people that were spliced into that original creature. And like if something had like a lot of faces, it was like potentially like a huge group sacrifice of people that went into making it.
That would be interesting.
Okay, cool. That's cool.
I think it's much more simpler than that, but you'll see.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing it. It's always good to know that there is actually stuff behind it.
You will see. I have thought of everything.
But yeah, like it is a pretty straightforward action scene now of like the guy can't defend himself, and like I was always wondering like if because you have the smoking stuff, like the burn, whether it is like heat or like a chemical burn going on, or like not even something physical, like it's like their spirit is being kind of like how a vampire can't touch like silver or like a cross. It's like the opposite of that. Like a normal person can't really come into contact with these beings without being like burnt in the same way a vampire would if they touched a cross. But yeah. She's giving me nothing. She's giving me nothing.
I am well trained in unspoiling things.
Okay, that's good. That's good. But
Mhm.
hopefully, at least you're glad that people are picking up on that kind of thing.
I'm glad that people are speculating. That's definitely what I want people to do, especially because chapter 1 was, I kind of was like, well, it's just I want it to be like just a jockey action book, but there's some stuff in there, and for the discerning reader.
By the way, I want to bring this up. Perth Comics says, "Can you show us the Cash Crab cover?" I kind of think that's probably what she's working on right now, Perth, that she won't show.
I haven't had permission to show it, so no.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to, but it did make me think, like, because you said you couldn't show what you're currently working on, and like, I have a sneaking suspicion that's what she's working on right now.
Yeah, currently seems like there will be a lot of boobs, so don't worry.
I can't wait. Do you know what's so annoying? He says he's not going to do international on that campaign. So I can't buy your cover, and like I was looking forward to backing that campaign, and like knowing you're doing the second the new cover for it, I'm gonna be like even more devastated that I don't get to
Oh no! You can just have someone in the U.S. buy it for you, man.
I guess. Hey, I wonder if it'll be. No, it won't be. It won't be distributed in time for like Tampa. 11th of May is when the order expires for like people from the outside not being able to come in if they haven't been poked. So like if they don't extend it and it does expire, I'm booking my Tampa tickets on the 11th. Like pretty much, I'm doing it.
Yes.
And I'll probably try and get like an Airbnb. I want to try and whenever I go anywhere, I want to go there for like at least 2 weeks. You know what I mean? So like
internationally, same.
So I'm gonna try and see what the best way of organizing it would be, like whether to get the hotel for the convention and then potentially an Airbnb for like a couple of weeks either before or after. I don't know if people would be around before or after, but that's the kind of like a decision I want to make. But yeah, I have no idea what I'm gonna do for those 2 weeks, but I think I'm just gonna go there and see what happens.
You just go somewhere else in America and fuck around, and then go to Tampa when everybody's there.
Could go to Novels. Oh my god, that's the opposite. That's like the
it's
complete...
the other side of the country.
Yeah, literally, that's the other way.
Big country.
I love Seattle, but like I always go to fucking Seattle. It's the place I've been to the most. I've been there like I think like maybe 3 or 4 times now. I'm like, you can't just go to Seattle again, Jake. Come on.
Well, he's like out in the boonies, I think. A little bit.
In my head, I'm like, he's near there. But it's like in America, kind of near there means several hours away.
Yes. I didn't realize that.
But yeah, going back to the book, like they're getting like attacked. I don't really think there's much meaning baked in for me to try and extract out of this, but like Casimir seems a bit shell shocked that he was taken by surprise by this and didn't see it ahead of time as much as he usually would have.
Okay, yeah.
I
mean, I wanted it to seem like, it's supposed to be, this is the creature that destroyed his hometown. It's supposed to be traumatic for him, but he's trying not to show it.
Oh, really? So he's like freaking out?
Yeah, I think at first he's just kind of numb, but later on, especially because he starts having flashbacks. I was hoping it would be clear that like it's affecting him. It's not just fighting a weird animal.
I get you. Like I think I'm trying to see a really good way of demonstrating that is like if you saw him looking at it and then you close up on his face and then like in the background behind his head you see like a flashback to his village on fire kind of thing as he sees like the silhouette of the demon in his eyes. As you, the viewer, see the silhouette of the demon in his eyes, like it would feel like him looking, like holding the image of that demon in his eyes would like flash him back to that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have worked. I did want to save the flashbacks for the end of the fight though, because the whole plan was I wanted to reveal two things during the fight. There's the thing that he has this weird ability, and then there's also he remembers something from the attack that he didn't before. Because that little stereotypical, I know he doesn't remember everything. He has like slight amnesia about what happened, but he was also fucking 11, so it's like, listen, it's excusable.
Good old amnesia.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. So when you're talking about his special abilities, so the thing that you notice the most in this scene is like he doesn't seem to get burned by them. Then,
yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, and so like he's able to like shove his hand all the way into one of them and like not get it burned off like anyone else would.
Well, he doesn't really notice at first. I think it's one of those like adrenaline things. But in a few pages later, after he breaks free of it, he's like, "Wait, I'm not burned."
Let me find that.
It's the next page.
Yeah, he was taking it in.
And it's really not that deep. It's a fight scene. There you go.
Yeah, well, it's just basically I didn't want to just like blaze past the fight scene because like obviously the art is absolutely amazing, and I never once got confused with the physicality of the scene. Like I'm always tracking everything great, and like he does struggle. Everyone's getting owned, and he's not managing to save them, and then like he does kind of like get thrown an idea by someone else during it, right? Doesn't someone else give him the idea of how to defeat him? Like someone else calls out, or does he think of it?
You don't know.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a memory. That's why it's kind of gray.
Wait, which bit's supposed to be a memory?
Later on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he defeats them, and
Not yet.
What? Didn't you just kill it?
No.
Oh shit! It's still happening. He's having a realization partway through. Okay.
Yeah, so the monster had him pinned, but Yomi. So there were two caravans. I planned out all of this on a gaming board. Okay, so I was like, this is how everything is placed. It was very clear, which everybody should do for the fight scenes. Legibility is king. Okay, but so there were two caravans. One of them, see right there, got knocked off kind of a ditch, and it crashed, and everybody got hurt except for Yomi, the girl with the black eyes. So she was, and there's like a page where she's crawling out of the caravan, everybody else is hurt, and then she's like, what's going on up there? She climbs up, and I kind of just focus on Casimir getting fucked by this demon for a while, and then she comes out of nowhere riding one of the elks from the caravan and rams the demon. So she kind of helps him a little clumsily, but she helps. So I was like, she needs sort of a role to play, and besides from it seems like it's her personality. She would try to help, but she also doesn't really fight at this point. But I was like, oh, she could just use an elk, and that would be the best thing she can do. And that's kind of, I needed to establish a reason he would let her join them later on, because in chapter 2 there's this whole thing where I guess slight spoilers, but I've already talked about it on stream. She has nowhere else to go, and she wants to come along with Casimir and Iskall for various reasons to find out where these demons come from. And Casimir doesn't want her to come along at first, but then realizes it. Like, I don't say it clearly; it's played off as for other reasons, but part of it is because she has some, like, she's also lost people, and he quietly doesn't show it, but he quietly sympathizes with that. And part of it is also the fact that she did help him right here, because his whole issue is, you're a normal girl. Like, I don't want to have somebody useless tagging along being dead weight.
Yeah, it's like another him. He's taking on another him.
Yeah, it's like, I already have this redheaded brat. I don't want you. I don't know you. But yeah.
And one thing I noticed during this whole scene as well is how like all of the like pows and zaps and biffs are like all in your own language. she's gone. I'll keep doing it. But yeah, like it's a fun
I'm back.
fight.
Sorry,
Okay,
I needed to sneeze.
that's
Yeah, all the sound effects are in Nanarsa throughout the whole book. It's not just the scene.
the language of narcissists.
What?
Nanasa.
Okay. Okay, so the etymology is something else. Do you want me to get into this?
I mean, I don't have anything against you talking about it, but yeah, I've always thought like, oh yeah, the language of narcissists, right? Everyone in the everyone in the world of Nanasa is full of themselves.
Okay. They can go with that. It's fine.
Okay, you're resisting. You think
But
like
the
it's gonna be a 20-minute thing?
The actual etymology is originally the word for common. So there's this whole history to Nanarsa where it descends from Virasa, which was the language of the Viran Empire. That was the Virans were Vira was the name of an Ispaliad society that governed all of Arvos. It's sort of like the ancient Rome of my world. It's like great civilization, like thousands of years ago, that like the first empire on this continent. And it was started by the Ispalin, not Ispaliad, Ispalin. They're different. Ispalin are sort of these like higher humans. They're if you know what Anunnaki are, they're okay. So Ispalin is Belarusian or Bulgarian term for like higher beings who came to Earth in their mythology, and they're kind of like Slavic, like a kind of obscure Slavic version of the Anunnaki. And I was gonna call them Anunnaki at first because I'm really into like ancient mythology, but then I found this like Slavic version of it, and I was like, oh, this is perfect. So on the northern continent of my world, the one that's a little more like Europe, a little more slightly derivative of Europe, they're going to be called Ispalin, and the southern continent they're going to be called Anunnaki, but they're the same people. And what they are, they're humans, but they're a higher race of humans. Like they're taller than humans, they have greater magical abilities, and they all have this kind of dark reddish skin and green or blue hair, like neon green or blue hair, and they're like 4 inches on average taller than regular humans. So they came out of nowhere. Nobody knows where they came from, but they came to each continent separately and bestowed knowledge of civilization and language and magic upon all the different continents. And that was thousands of years ago. And each continent sort of took that knowledge and evolved in different ways. But
yeah,
but then on each continent, after they bestowed knowledge for a few hundred years, they just left. And so the Isolans kind of came to Arvos Saman. They established a civilization, Vira, but then they left. But the only people they left behind are the Ispaliad, which are mixes between Ispalin and normal humans. So you have common humans, and then you have Ispalin. And so whatever common human of that continent, like if they're mixed with Ispalin, well, on Arvos, the term for these like half Ispalin are Ispaliad, and that's what Ragna is. You know, green hair. Say that's essentially
skin. What.
Yeah,
Ragna
that's what she is. So that's why she's like exceptionally powerful. She has a lot more domains than most people. It's supposed to be that she's just born a genius, and it's really annoying, and she's like full of herself because of it. But so that's history. So long story short, the language of Vira was Virasa. And Nanarsa originally was sort of a vulgar version of it spoken. So Nanar was, when I first started building Nanarsa, Nuna meant common. So Nanarsa was like kind of old Viran for just common tongue, because every language, like the Sa is the way of just you append that at the end of that means language. So yeah, like the normal speech when characters are speaking English in Fiendish, they're speaking the common tongue of Arvos now, which is called Arvosa. And on the southern continent, Discara, that language is called Discarsa, like the common tongue. But then so Nanarsa and the actual clerical Viran version of the language, think of it like clerical ecclesiastical Latin versus vulgar Latin, right? So the like sort of ecclesiastical high version of Viran was called Virasa, and the lower version was called Nanarsa. But as time passed by, Nanarsa became more commonly spoken, especially after the Ispalin left, and Nanarsa became the clerical language. So now Nanarsa is sort of the Latin of the continent, but it's actively in use, is learned by the clerical class, the political class, and all the shamans know how to speak it, but most common people don't really know it. And so that's why I chose to build Nanarsa, because most writing would be in Nanarsa. And it would sort of be this differentiation between the more educated class and the more common class.
So in your world, are the original higher race still around, or is it just like the hybrids in every region?
As far as, I don't know if I'm going to reveal anything about like where they went or anything, but in most of the story, it's mostly the Ispoliad that are coming into play. It's the hybrids. Like they're not like everywhere, but they're sort of this small minority of, and they usually try to marry other Ispoliad, and also Ispolin genes are really strong. So even after a lot of generations, it kind of look like that. And so they're really like proud of their heritage and shit, and they dominate the shamanic and clerical classes because they have just on average higher magical abilities. So it's just sort of a thing. But yeah, so that's mostly it. It does come into play, their heritage, and you guys will see. I don't need to get too much into that.
With a race like that, where you have like the different hybrids of them in different regions, I would imagine there to be even like some friction between the different offshoots of their race, right? Like the human Isfoliad, or I don't even know what other regions exist in your world, right? That aren't just humans, but
no, they can't interbreed. So, but I was very clear about this. I'm like, I hated how in fantasy you can have like half and half elves, and okay, those are in my world. Those are different species. So the Dev, the black-eyed people, the Yomi, they can't interbreed with humans. So intelligent mortal beings.
No race mixing in Fiendish, guys. It's off the table.
It's not what they said. They can fuck all they want, but just because they're actually different species, they can't produce offspring. It's just not physically, biologically possible. I'm like, that's scientific. That makes sense. Like there's a lot of this. I know this is fantasy, but there are things in Fiendish where I was like, if I can make it seem like it makes a little more intuitive scientific sense, I'm going to do it. Like I try to carry out things to its logical conclusion, tie it into a little bit of science, if that makes sense. So for example, with my magic system, with like healing magic, and it's sort of like this through this combination of healing, which is the life domain, and the like the earth domain, which is plants. Like they have antibiotics because it's mold. Penicillin is mold. So even though it's a pre-industrial world, they have figured out some medical technologies because of the magic system. So anyways, and also the magic system has the 4 states of matter within as part of some of the elements. So solid, plasma, liquid, and gas are earth, lightning, water, and air. So anyways, so yeah, most of these species, they can't interbreed, and all intelligent mortal beings that are, it's like if you're intelligent and you're mortal, it's like you're not a cow or like a whale or something. They're called Simar in my world. So that encompasses a lot of creatures. Most of them are humanoid, but some aren't. If you go on the website, some people know, someone actually did fan art of it. There are these fish people, they're mermen, and they're not humanoid. They're just intelligent fish who are really aggressive, and you have to watch out for them when you sail in certain areas. But most of them are humanoid, but they generally can't interbreed. And Burman, for example, can interbreed with humans, but their children are sterile. Ispolin, because they are, and this is the reason why people have decided that they are human, but they have to be a higher version from common humans, is because they can actually have viable children.
Well, this is what I'm asking essentially, because Bancroft's kind of saying it. Did the Nephilim? That's the Nephilim. They're your like super original red people, right? And
what?
You have a different word. He's making a parallel to real life, like on
Nephilim. The Nephilim and the Anunnaki and Ispolin and actual Slavic mythology. It's all kind of the similar thing. Yeah, it's the Nephilim and Anunnaki both interbred with humans.
They originally interbred with humans. So now you have people like what Ragnar is, who is like a cross between like the original gods and humans, right? Or not gods, the original higher being and like humans. So you have the hybrids of all the different all the different regions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And can Ragnar someone like Ragnar interbreed with an actual human still?
Yeah.
Like Casimir. Okay.
Yeah, they can. They are human. They can interbreed.
Okay. So are there versions of Ragnar that exist who are like the Ragnar version of like whales? Do you know what I mean? Okay. So it's just that original race only bred with the different versions of humans from the different regions.
Yeah, it's. I mean, they might have fucked something else, but they could only actually have children with humans. It's biological.
Okay. So there's no like Ragnar dinosaur. There's like if you have the dinosaur people, there's no like Ragnar dinosaur people.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. I was just thinking like
maybe somewhere far in the world I would have some kind of weird chimera amalgamation experiment. I'm gonna go full FMA, but it's I don't. Well, I don't know if we'll go there yet.
Because if there is a higher race and they have been like hinted towards being able to interbreed with say humans in the past. I can imagine somebody getting a few ideas and wanting to have like explore that. Do you know what I mean? Like, and see if they could make new types of creatures, like a villain. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay.
So
anyway, about this fight scene.
So Billy Bob says that my niece has just seen you guys talking on here. Maybe another customer for Fiendish. That's awesome to hear. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I hope you like it.
Get the books 1 and 2 on the current campaign. Like,
oh yes, thank you. Book 1 and 2 are currently available in a live campaign on Indiegogo. I'll be fulfilling in just a couple of months, so
it's pretty
check it
close.
out if you like it. Thank you.
If she backs it now, like, some of us have been waiting for a while, but let me bring it up.
Oh, Maromi posted a link. Thank you, Maromi.
Just in time. Let me bring it up.
Simply Green 3F. Someone's gonna try with those demons eventually. Yeah. So
exactly is what I was saying.
So I think for the story of Fiendish, it's like my magic system is very strict. It's I like hard magic systems. I don't think I write well with soft magic systems. Soft magic system is kind of what like Lord of the Ring uses. It's sort of like there isn't really clearly defined rules for it. It's more what can happen is almost instinctively inferred based on what the story needs. And some writers do it really well, like Tolkien, but I don't think I handle that well, and my brain doesn't work that way. And some writers also just don't do it well. And I'm a fan of hard magic systems like Fullmetal Alchemist, and I guess Harry Potter is sort of a semi-hard magic system because it's like there's this spell and it can do these limited things. So Fiendish has a very hard, strictly defined magic system, and the variation within it is dependent on individual experience and talent. But the thing also is different species have different magic systems. So I thought it was bullshit. Well, it's like in some fantasy worlds, it depends on the source of the magic. In some fantasy worlds, the source of magic is either the ether or something. But in my world, you can draw energy from different sources, and for some creatures there are supernatural abilities, because to them it's not magic, it's just something you're born with. And for humans in Isfoliad, you've already seen what Ragnar was doing. Humans in Isfoliad share a magic system. That's also why people realize that they're technically the same species, just different races. It's elemental magic, but it's not like Avatar. It's just like it's elemental magic, but much more complicated than Avatar. I'll just put it that way. But different species would have different supernatural abilities. Some are shapeshifters. I have some on the website. You guys can go take a look.
It's the sign-in version of a simpler magic system. It's like if you would usually have like, I am firepower, I can do fire, woo. It's more like, well, no, you can like transmute the fire, the idea of fire, which is like heat or something, or like energy, so it's like fire and electric or something, and you're like, okay.
And again, it's a kid's show, but technically electricity could be like a higher version of fire.
Exactly.
So that's why plasma is a different whole domain than heat in my magic system. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, if you're actually looking into the way plasma is made with like ionized and non-ionized gas. Like, how would you actually make plasma on the surface of the Earth? Because it's a very rare element, and I've gone and thought about this, and I don't actually quite know how I'm going to deal with it, but we'll see.
So you can't just put someone who has Earth powers and say that they can cast moss on somebody's brain.
You can't. We found out about this, didn't we?
If you want to cast moss on someone's brain, for one, you can't do it because they have their personal life bubble that you can't penetrate. But
have a bubble.
Wait, what if you cast moss magic on an arrow and fired that arrow into someone's brain and then like
that would work. That's brilliant. This is why I like you, Jay. You have such insane out there ideas, and they're honestly brilliant a lot of the time. There you go.
As soon as you say a magic system, I always want to I think it's why I've never been invited to a D&D campaign, because I would just like
you would be that person that's like, can I cast Revive Dead on the leather armor or something?
Exactly. No, exactly.
Oh, Jake. Okay, listen.
But then the game master can have fun because they'll say, fine, roll for it. And then if you roll a 20, or maybe you roll like I don't know, whatever the middle is, where like it succeeds, but then you didn't take the leather armor off the person first. So like now your party member is stuck inside a cow.
Yeah, I saw a meme about this, and I asked my GM, and then he started going on along like logicalizing nerdy rant about it, and it was pretty awesome. But no, I think I would love to play with you because I'm not GMing and I can watch everyone else suffer.
It would be so fun. I would love it so much. So yeah, whenever you're talking about this magic system, I'm like, okay, like what it was. You ever see the show? They had superpowers, but it was like young people in London, and it was like it was like London urban superpowery stuff, and it was a Channel 4 TV show. But anyway, they tried to deal with some superpowers in like a less American-y, glossy thing, and they had one character who could control milk, right?
Yeah,
he was a milk bender, and like basically I think he killed someone by sending milk up their nostrils and made like basically milk in their brain. Like they basically fucked their brain up by filling it with like cobwebs of milk.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh yeah, Misfits. There we go. Yeah, it was Misfits. You never seen Misfits?
No, I haven't.
Just never seen anything.
I haven't seen anything. That's the thing with magic systems. So it's like as opposed to coming up with like a cool new superpower that sounds flashy, I appreciate it when people take something that might be just really basic, but take it to its furthest logical conclusion. And I try to do that. I honestly don't think I'm the best at magical systems. I think I take a lot of time to come up with these things, but I do try.
No, I also love when someone else presents you with a system and then you can kind of like fuck with it and test them. I'm like, okay, well, how about this? So, and it's cool because you have thought it through. So if someone does throw a retarded suggestion at you, you can go, well, no, because they're not. That's like the life domain because it's a plant, and also you got like this super bubble around them, so you can't just do magic inside them. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, you also keep saying Earth domain, but you can't actually make plants grow with the Earth domain. You make things grow with the life domain.
That's what I mean. I just said it. So you need to be Earth life. Like I'm an Earth life hybrid. I can cast moss. Wait.
To make it grow, you would have to have the life domain, then it would be a separate room to move it. That would be an earth room to manipulate moss or wood.
Actually, I want to test your magic system with my stupid ideas. We can do this. The reason why I have this on the screen, by the way, is like Billy Bob, if your niece did want to get into it, there is the 1 and 2 right here, which I brought up. It is $45 dues, marked down from $50, and you have this first book, which is a great introduction. The second book is even bigger. Like, how many pages is it going to be?
It is it was 70. I think it's going to be 66 now. 66, great number.
Okay.
Because I combined some scenes because I just realized the pacing was better that way. But fear not, the book is actually not going to be smaller because I'm adding more extra content. You're going to get a whole I typed it like a 5-paragraph explainer of the magic system. I have pages. I have the species pages on Ispoliad and the Dev and a bunch of other things in the back of the book. So it'll be about like an 80-page book. And if we hit so the campaign's doing really well. We're at 167,000 right now. It's amazing. Thank you guys so much. Holy shit.
Hell yeah.
If we
200K
hit,
closeout.
if we hit 200K, I'm going to add a side story that I've been secretly working on with a secret artist who's been really awesome. And you guys will get like a small chunk of that printed in the book. That's my decision. So there you go.
Wait, when you say small chunk of that, is that going to be an ongoing side story?
No. So I think this full side story is going to be better as a whole campaign.
Oh, okay. So
Because it's quite large. It's not like a 9-page thing. It's huge. It's a whole
No,
normal American comic issue.
I've seen the thumbnails.
Yes, you have. Yeah, you know what's going on. So I was like, okay, I can't print it with the main book. It would be ridiculous. It'd be like, I mean, I can, but I almost feel like it's more, it's just I didn't build the printing costs into it, so I think I know, because I didn't plan on having a 100-page book. I plan on this being a 70 to 80-page book, and that makes a huge difference. So I want people to see at least part of this side story. It's my this chapter 2.5 side story. It's about how Casimir grew up after he left his hometown. It's really cool. It's getting drawn right now. So I'd like to show print a preview of that with chapter 2 if we hit 200K.
Very awesome. So it's almost as if the small scene that happens at the end of this with Ragnar in it, it's like that preview of that side story is almost like going to be put in the back, like this scene was put in the back. Maybe.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Spiritually, at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, go check it out. It's going to be quite a package. And what does Bancroft say earlier? Because he said something that was very complimentary to me, so I can feel good about myself. He sold a book yesterday, Jake, no doubt because of the stream yesterday when we pretty much did this with the Lucent. And if Billy Bob's niece does end up buying your book, then I at least have like a slight hyper hump. That's where I can get where I can take up 2 hours of someone's time and convert that into one sale. Can you imagine? Wow.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not just here for sales. I love talking about this shit. So I'm having fun, man.
Awesome. Well, hey, we can keep going. We can we can keep going, but like and we should finish this. I want to talk about your magic system, but like leave gaps where I can poke holes in it and say suggestions is what I'm saying. So like, What would you want to do first? Would you want to talk about the magic system? Or would you want to finish the going over this and then go into that after? What do you think would be best?
I'd say let's finish the story. So people who don't, I don't know, if somebody wants to skip the spoilers, it's one whole chunk.
Okay, brilliant, cool, good idea. So yeah, there is an action scene which is like wonderfully drawn.
Oh, real quick, sorry, somebody almost forgot. Somebody asked the age range of Fiendish. I think it depends a little bit. So the way I describe it is there's generally some kind of gore, as you can see on this page, and I sometimes have boobs, but I don't think I'll have more nudity than that. So
there's literally there's nipples in the first couple of pages of this very book that I'm holding here.
Yeah, there's one nipple, but the thing is, and I'm not planning on I'm not being gratuitous about it, but it's like sometimes it's like I also don't feel like covering it. Sometimes it's like it's not even every book. Like in book 2, there are no nipples. Please don't refund me. But
there was 2 nipples because she's got the one nipple out on 2 different panels. Just saying.
Oh, okay, all right, but I don't count these things. But in some, like sometimes there would I don't know. I think just once in a while there would be like partial nudity, and everyone is really different with that. I was telling everybody 16 and up. But some parents asked me if their like 12 to 13-year-olds could read it, and I told them I don't know. I usually don't think so, but there's a whole free preview on the website fiendishcomic.com, and I think that preview is a really good encompassment of the tone of the whole series, and I would suggest parents go determine for themselves, because I was surprised. I had parents of like 12 and 13-year-olds, but they were girls, so boobs aren't as big of a deal. They read the preview and they're like, this is totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a parent, I would just always read whatever it is first. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would always, if it was like a YouTube channel that they wanted to watch, I would go through and watch all of the YouTube stuff first, right? Like,
yeah, 100%. I think
So, yeah.
which all parents would do that, but yeah, it's there's a free preview on there. It's like, the reason I put it on there is so people who are new can go get a feel for if this is right for them, but also, frankly, it is for parents to get a feel for the book, because I have been getting a lot of questions about that, and I think the best way to go about it is just show you.
My preferred way of dealing with that stuff is to just make content that's only for adults, and then I can say no, just all the time. No, don't have to deal with it. Don't have to deal with the gray area. It's just a no.
Well, the thing is, I intended for Fiendish to be for adults, but then I'd had parents of teenagers tell me that this is they thought this was totally fine.
Yeah, Immortal Rising says, awesome, thanks for the response. Was looking at it for my 12-year-old daughter. I'll check out the website.
Awesome.
I mean, you've seen it during this Immortal, pretty much. I mean, look, it just depends if you wanted your 12-year-old daughter to see like demons getting sliced up and yeeted, and then someone having like harrowing flashbacks. About
everybody's different, because some kids and parents know their own kids. Some kids will have nightmares from seeing like scary demons devouring people and sucking their blood, but some kids are fine with it. I grew up reading this kind of stuff all the time, which probably explains me, but it's like this was kind of normal for manga for my age range when I was younger, and everybody's just different.
Americans are usually pro-gore, anti-sex, so like this is probably seems like acceptable American levels of gore.
I think so. It's when I do have fight scenes, they get pretty gory, because I know my core audience enjoys that, and I like drawing it. But I don't intend for this book to be like super sexual. Even like there will be sex scenes, but it'll be like, well, there will be a boob, and I want to keep it classy. There's other things I'm doing where it's like, this is not for kids, but that's something else. That's the crime book.
Okay, cool, yeah.
So,
have you ever talked about that or not? Like hinted towards it?
Not really. I just said I'm planning on doing a crime story set in Taiwan.
It sounds good. It sounds intriguing, and like if you're doing more like intense stuff in it, that'll also be interesting to see, especially drawn in your style.
Oh, it's so fucked up. I don't even know I can put it on a platform. It's bad.
How fucked up though? What do you mean?
Like stuff happening to kids.
What, like killed?
Like, yeah, torture. Probably.
Okay.
Whereas, but it's like that's kind of the whole point of the story. This isn't Fiendish, by the way. I'm talking about something else.
Yeah, maybe we'll just stick it to Fiendish right now. Let's
stick to Fiendish right now.
So yeah, but during the fight scene, like finally other characters are also showing their competence by like contributing to him, and you had that whole thing of like being rammed into, is being helped out by his future party members, and then whilst having his kind of like realizing that he's not being burned by the demon now. Like, so is he? It is surprising that this has never happened to him then since. Do you know what I mean? Since he was younger, has he not come in contact with a demon like this since, if he's now realizing this?
This is so when it's revealed in the dialogue. It's like no one knows what these are. It's not like these demons just show up in this world. Nobody actually even. It's like they don't even really know. They call them demons, but just because they don't know what else to call them. It's a fantasy world. There are magical creatures, but this specific creature is a mystery.
Okay, cool. So how? Because it seems like he mustn't. from his competence at tracking them, it seems like he has come into contact with them quite a lot over the course of him growing up into this. But then for him never getting burned like this before, it seems like he hasn't fought one since then. But
I just thought it would be logical. Like, he's a good tracker. He knows how these creatures are. It's like he knows that they would burn their surroundings, and like he knows how they make kills. He has, pretty vivid memories of that. So he's inferring things from that memory and going off of instinct on his tracking instincts for the rest of it.
Okay, cool. And then you have this moment here where he's like flashing back to this guy, and this is you only see this one panel of this guy. And he's saying, "You are thinking too much, runt. Stop thinking about the battle. Follow your instincts." So obviously this is implied as some kind of character that he's probably been his mentor, is what I'm taking that as he was growing up.
Yeah, we'll see a little more of that guy, but it's one of those things where I felt like I dropped a lot of things without explaining them in book 1, but I try to make sure that the main story makes sense. Like, I hope it seems it makes. Nobody's told me they can't follow it. In fact, I've been told that it's pretty easy to read, but the whole point was I want some mysteries to carry forward, and like, who is this guy? What do the demons come from? Who is this Ragna girl? People know, people who watch my streams know who Ragna is, but if you have just read the book, you don't really know until book 2, stuff like that.
Cool. Yeah. And then he gets even more memories now. Like, I remember you saying on the paneling show that like as he's like finally stabbing the shit out of it, he has like a moment here where he's like comprehending what's going on, and he gets like a memory all the way from the beginning. Like, it's this like the same kind of like building designs, I think, like here. And it's like as if he's having a memory from that first scene.
So what's happening there is he's having a flashback. He's remembering part of the attack from on his hometown that he didn't remember before. And this specific reveal is all those monsters seem to be coming out of this one house.
Okay.
But we don't know anything more about it. We don't know what house that was. We'll find out later.
Someone dropped a monster spawner in the house.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
I remember they were all coming out of one house. Where was this place? Was it? And then as he's trying to like fully remember that, he almost gets slashed. But then like chops his leg off, and then we're in the aftermath where she's like freaking out. So like, she's essentially a slave race, right? Like,
yes.
But she is sad that like her owner just got mummified, essentially. So like, how common is this? Because you've talked about, like, I think in the second book you've shown some panels of like people of her race being abused by their owners, and like she's pretty devastated that essentially her owner, her master or whatever, has like been killed. So like, how common is that?
It's very uncommon. Her whole character is, she's a normal dev girl, and dev are just socially and also legally, they're seen as lesser to other Saimar. They don't have any supernatural abilities, and it's just sort of like this tradition thing where they've always been slaves for as far as back as people remember. So they're always slaves. The females are generally bed slaves and like pleasure slaves. They're indoors or domestics, but the males are used for hard labor.
As it should be.
Yeah, as it should be. But no, just about. But so, but with Yomi, she, and I knew this might piss some people off. I'm surprised it hasn't yet. But she, maybe in book 2, I'm waiting for, maybe when book 2 comes out, somebody will like I forgot about it.
No.
But...
Right. We all imagine this fake person that exists that we fear, almost like a fucking cryptid of the internet modern age. Do you know what I mean?
I don't fear them. I'm just with.
No.
I'm
We
just...
comprehend not as in fear as in you're running. We're Okay, I'll say anticipating. How about that?
Yeah, I get it.
We anticipate the modern cryptid called the bi-goat. That stalks the internet woods looking for victims, and like if you're not careful, you're gonna put the wrong thing in your art. The bi-goat could jump upon you and say they're the victim.
Yeah, I do think so. Like sometimes, because there have been so many cases of people getting just unduly offended over creative works. I do think about these things sometimes, but I definitely don't let it stop me from writing the story however the fuck I want. But yeah, the thing with... Oh, go ahead.
Because Novel was talking about on this streams, he's always talking about like let yourself be the edgelord, and then I was thinking like being a tempered edgelord. Like part of the thing that seems to be happening in CG is, you know, Bancroft even thought about this in his book. He had like a scene where a woman's jumping off a building, and you know, he had comments saying like you're glorifying suicide, and like that was in his head, like wanting to do a cool action sequence, and then he's like, oh wait, am I glorifying suicide by doing this? And it's like, no, do what you want, but don't let the anticipation of that kind of like internet cryptid the bi-goat actually stop you. But it does kind of let us be more tempered in what we do. Do you know what I mean? Be more considered rather than doing just a bunch of stuff and not really thinking about it. Like it lets you be more developed in how you do whatever you wanted to do in the in the crime book that you want to do. You know what I mean? Or you consider.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, to be honest, I think I trust myself with like the tone that I want for Fiendish. It's like I know how far I'll go, not story wise, but just how I'll show it, and it's very specifically how I'll show certain things. So this whole demon thing isn't actually what Fiendish is about, but I'm not gonna say what it's about yet. But when that's revealed, it's like, and certain other details are revealed. I mean, honestly, I don't think many people would be offended. It's not even like a political left or right thing, but because it is something that can be a little controversial, I have thought of like, well, I'm sure somebody would have a problem with this, but that's definitely not going to stop me. I've already made up my mind. I know the tone I want for Fiendish. I know it's like, I want it to be gory and I will show violence, but there's a limit to what I'll show. Is sort of like I trust, what I'm saying is I trust my instinct on the level that I want to show. But yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess.
Yeah, it's good. Like, and you can often show things that sound pretty much bad on paper and sound bad when you say them outright, but then how you execute them within a book makes them feel fine. Like a lot of my stuff's pretty cartoony, and it's gonna get dark, but literally the more cartoony tone, the comedic tone, is probably gonna make people accept stuff that's a bit darker than they usually would, simply because of the way it's presented. I hope.
I have the opposite problem. I'll write
really?
stuff and then I'll actually draw down like, oh my god, why did I came up with that? That's horrible. And so in book 2, that scene of that slave being abused, I was asking people like creators about it on stream, like, is this offensive? Not that I was gonna cut it. I was like, maybe I'll reel back the framing in like one panel a bit, because again, like I'm not gonna cut anything, but I want the presentation to not go beyond what I've decided this book should be. And it's because I had some people tell me it felt like I was glorifying it, but the vast majority of people who were actually buying my book in chat and other creators, but specifically, you know, I'm showing it on stream, just this one page, they were like, it's fine. So I decided it's fine.
Cool. Yeah, like pulling that frame back, you just made me remember of this one moment from the Lucent where like this guy's gonna get fucking murdered by being bashed in by the pipe, and there's some blood here, but then like pretty much just conveys it with a splash of blood, and you pretty much work out what happened as there's a cut next. You know what I mean? So like this is what I mean about you could write someone getting beaten to death with a metal pipe, but then how you execute it makes it more palatable. Like it's not really as dark as it could be if like you saw his eye being smacked out of his head on that panel. But yeah.
I've got
So you write stuff and then you come to draw it and you're like, oh man, why am I doing this to myself?
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny. So this is an uncommon relationship then of
oh yes. Yeah, I forgot. The sun's rising where I am. So...
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't need to sleep.
Okay. Ever.
So right, going back to Yomi, this is an uncommon relationship. I think it's like, even though that is most dev are slaves, I wanted to present it in a realistic way. Like I'm not sugarcoating it, but I'm not going to caricaturize it where all humans who own dev are evil, terrible people who are racist. I think in just realistically speaking, from what I've seen of societies with these second-class citizens or even not citizens, a lot of people, they're not malicious. This is just all they know. And it's just sort of this kind of baseline given, like, yeah, that's just your place. So that's how I try to frame most of it. And the extremes of that are like the dev that was being abused in chapter 2, and Yomi's the other side of that, where yes, she was a slave of this theater caravan, but she was treated really, really well to the point where she feels like her owner was her adopted family, and she's devastated when these people are killed.
Cool. And oh, how killed he is. He's literally had everything sucked out of him.
He's very dead.
His eyes are blacked over, indicating, eyes being the window to the soul, that maybe something more than just physical has happened to him. But that's just my interpretation reading it. Nothing. Great. That's great.
It's an interesting take on it, Jake.
Stone face. That's awesome.
Amazing theories you have. You'll have to keep on reading.
So yeah, guys, even though this is a pretty straightforward scene, there are, in fact, some little hints as to what could end up, coming out in the future. But yeah, so then there's, she's very sad and upset. But it's interesting if you're saying that she's so devastated by this that she's almost gonna be like looking for answers as to why, because it's that devastating to her family group as she goes forward.
It's not just that, and she had some extra motivation in book 2, because I was like, I kind of wrote her to be she joins the group, but then when I was actually drawing the pages, I came to this point where I feel like she needs some more motivation, because she's this normal girl, and I just don't think most normal people would have this motivation of, let me go on this really dangerous journey into the woods to hunt these demons. But it's specifically her situation. She gets some extra motivation, and the other options she can take are pretty terrible.
Okay.
So that's what plays out.
Oh, well, with the owner, with the boss gone, who knows where everyone's ownership's going to get transferred to or something, right? Like
that all plays out with hopefully the nuance that I intended to have in book 2.
Cool. So there are repercussions to this guy dying for that whole group that gets explored. Cool. Brilliant. And obviously this is like a bit of an inciting incident for Casimir, as now he, like, on these pages, he's like finally determined to figure out what all this is.
Yep. This is just him deciding that he's feels like he's been running away all these years. It's been 9 years, and he's never been back to his hometown. It's sort of like partially because his brother told him to never come back, but also because honestly he's just been afraid of it. and in this moment he decides he's not going to be afraid anymore. He needs to go back and figure out what happened. But part of it as well, I will say, it's not just sort of like, well, I want answers, but because he doesn't like to get very emotional, but beneath it all, we find out soon it's like he's also never buried his family. His family and everybody he knows was killed, and the town was just left there. And I guess I can spoil it. It's not a huge spoiler. The town has also kind of been like inaccessible. That's all I'll say.
Okay,
so
cool.
he's like the emotional part is I need to bury my family.
Cool. So yeah, you have if it's like the through line of this thing, you have this traumatic event that he was told to run away from. Then obviously he grew up. It's 9 years later, and he's kind of been pushing it down. But fate is kind of like roping him into this situation where it can't be. Yeah. It's not gonna be. He can't. It's calling him to adventure by dragging him in. Whilst looking after he's grown, like the memories, the little tidbits of like you can't deny this any longer. And like he's like some things that we do want to forget about. We don't think they're going to have any repercussions if we don't deal with them. But then there are some very real repercussions that take place in that, like this very happy theater troupe also seeing a similar fate. And like, it's like, yes, these monsters are still out there doing this to people. And if they can't really be ignored, maybe if they do be ignored, they'll become an even bigger problem. And then like and then like the interesting thing of him having a difference from most people, maybe even being more of a reason why he must probably be the one who has some significance to it. Maybe even making him seem like he can take on the adventure more, seeing as he's not going to get just dissolved by them. The fact he's not burned, that has like major reasons for being there. Cool. But it does certainly make it so he can fight the demons better than everyone else at first. But I mean, at the beginning, you have the woman coming from the thing mentioning him by name, almost someone who's like maybe leading this or just part of it, saying like, why didn't you help us? Do you know what I mean? Like, he is being singled out. And then this scene obviously brings some flashbacks, brings up some memories that he didn't know he had, almost bits of information. And yeah, like by the end, he just decides, fine, I have to do it. Okay. And that is pretty cool that he's probably gonna now, you don't have it hinted here, but knowing that, okay, he's probably gonna try and return to his village, and then things are probably gonna get even more weirder as he tries to.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it would, yeah. Well, some writer I would be if it doesn't, get weirder and worse as the story progresses. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thanks.
But yeah, it's so chapter 1. I wanted it to just be an attention grabber, but also, in retrospect, I worry a lot. But maybe I'm worrying too much that it's like the demons are only one part of the story, and that's sort of this background. Like this background radiation of like, this is the biggest problem there is, but think of it kind of like zombies in a zombie story. It's not every chapter is about the zombies. A lot of it is about the characters. So chapter 2 is all about the characters and several reveals, a lot of the world building, but I knew I needed to take time and let people know who these characters are and get invested. So I think like between chapter 1, but there's also action, of course, like because good action reveals character. So between 1 and 2 this is attention grabber, and 2 they're dealing with the aftermath of this demon attack, and through how the characters Kazumi, Isko, and Yomi deal with it, we get to know their characters. And at the end, basically the core group meets. They don't all like each other, but they meet. And I think chapter 3 will be when it's like this was all the setup. 1 and 2 are to set up the hook, and then chapter 3 is when shit hits the fan. And yeah,
Cool.
that's gonna be fun. Yay!
Brilliant. I'm looking forward to it. It's reminding me because I read Earthbound, novels Earthbound over the weekend as well, and like those first 2 books are kind of like a big load of setup, and then like at the end of the second book, it kind of like shit hits the fan. So
Yeah,
very-
I worry about spending too much time setting up, but you know, I've spent a lot of time getting feedback on this, and nobody's told me it's boring.
It seems very typical. It seems like a typical way of doing it, especially in CG
Yeah.
books. It's like I've said before about how like CG seems to be a lot of people's exploration into decompressed storytelling for the first time. So like people are set out to do a 45 pager, and then it ends up being like 70, 80. It's like, yeah, you're finally exploring really decompressed storytelling in a sense, and you're realizing that you want to hang on some moments. Like even Cyberfrog, from what I've seen, I haven't read it yet because I'm saving until Wreck Planet, but since Wreck Planet's come out, people almost feel like parts 1 and 2 of that shit may hit the fan at the end, and then in book 3 it's probably going to get like pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, and at least to me, and it's just a bit of a writer insecurity I have that, well, am I being boring? But I know it's not boring.
No, it's not.
There's a lot to set up as well, especially for a fantasy series where it takes place in a different world.
Yeah, and then you've got this kind of like prologue scene at the end where you do decide, you know what, people like Ragnar, I'm gonna put a couple of pages of Ragnar at the end. She's real.
I'm here. You ask and I deliver. People like Ragnar, so here she is.
But it's also cool because like the whole part of this is like Casimir was tracking the monster in his way, kind of under the boot of a society, right? Society itself, the community is begrudgingly bringing him into this situation. And then the parallel of this is Ragnar very much on her own. Also, I don't know if she's tracking someone, but she's going somewhere and gets like accosted by this giant mutant pig beast. But I thought it was kind of like cool that you have this parallel of like, this is Casimir's interaction with a monster, and it goes, this is how well it goes. And then you have Ragnar's similar interaction with a monster, and it's very quickly dealt with.
Yeah, so in case you can't tell what the power distribution is in this party, I think that makes it pretty clear.
So it's like, this is how it should have gone, guys. Like this is the book that you read thanks to all of the potential ineptitudes, blind spots, or whatever. You probably could have been like just a couple of pages of very effectively dealing with it if only he was as powerful as Ragnar.
This would be a very different story if Ragnar was the main character, I'm just gonna say.
And the whole thing in this is her speaking in her language too.
Yeah, so remember my long ass nerdy explanation about Ispolin and Virasa. So the Ispoli, yeah, they're native, like it's kind of like the Valyrians, right? Their native language is Valyrian. So the Ispolin, their native language is still Virasa or / Nanarsa. Nowadays Nanarsa is the only form that's still in use. So that's just her native tongue. And it's this weird thing where people have already seen in chapter 2, Casimir actually can speak Nanarsa, which is very rare. It's this thing where like nobody, normal people don't speak Nanarsa, and most people are like not really literate completely.
Oh, so in your world, are these people, are they speaking what we would consider English, but it's their world's English? And then
yeah, they're speaking Arvosa, which is a different language than Nanarsa. Nanarsa is the clerical language.
Okay.
It's like the formal clerical language, and
the hieroglyphs.
They kind of are. So because there are phonetic characters, but they're also logographic characters, which is funny because it I wasn't trying to make things more difficult for my readers, but it was entirely selfish reasons that I decided to just make logographs and hieroglyphs instead of just spelling everything out, because to me, I got really annoyed at having to spell everything out, and I was like, my brain works better if I could just remember a word as a symbol sometimes, because I speak Chinese. So I just started making characters and hieroglyphs. So essentially Nanarsa has like kanji and hiragana, katakana it has that kind of system as well. But I don't think it's that hard to understand. It's just a little weird.
No, I get it. It just seems like all I'm getting that from the dumb perspective is it's Egyptian hieroglyphs mixed with English, but in different.
Well, yeah, Chinese characters are hieroglyphs. They've just warped over a long period of time. It's the same thing. They're pictures.
When you're making a language like that, don't you have to make a shit ton of logographs, if that's what they're called? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, logographs. Yeah.
Like
Want to see some?
How many have you made? Because like you're sitting there like, okay, I got one for tree, I got one for like road, but now like what I've got to make one up for like salmon hot pot or something.
I don't sit there. Okay, so I made up the basic ones that I feel. This is how I started building the language before I even built the writing system as well. I kind of just started with I, you, he, her, this, that, are, is, how, what, like all these really basic words that it's like, well, just off the top of my head, what would people use in every day? And I just like built a bunch of things. I was like, in this world, what would after I built sort of like the basic, like that, there, here, all this kind of stuff, everything I could think of. Then I was like, okay, next I'm going to, I thought of it as from the perspective of as a common person, because I wanted to have, the whole point of the language wasn't that I wanted to torture myself or my readers. It was for the sake of immersion, because this is a fantasy story. It's set in a fantasy world, and it would break immersion if the writing that was actually on any papers or surfaces was in English. And I didn't want to just do like senseless scribbles. I'm very annoyed when stories don't actually go to the length of like either just, I don't know. I mean, I guess not everyone has time to build a language. Anyways, I wanted to not do that. So, the point was I wanted to, next I thought about what characters would regular people use. So it was sort of like most people aren't fully literate, but they would know how to count. So the numbers, because merchants would have to make notations about this, like the numbers of their cargo and like basic words like this is a barrel of fish, this is a barrel of meat. So those words like fish. Have you
made up your own marks for individual numbers then within this language?
Yeah, there are numbers.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna go to the
It's not in the bag. It's not in this book, but I have it. It's fine. I can show it. But so yeah, I started with like all these words, and then I started sort of like thinking about. You'll see it in book 2. There are these things like called hunter's marks. It's kind of like, did you know there's sort of like a hobo language? So there are like shorthand like marks that a lot
the hobos use under the like underpasses of America. They
kind
have
of, yeah,
ancient
sort of
hobo hieroglyphs.
No, that was not ancient. Yeah, ancient hobo hieroglyphs. But it's sort of like, well, this is a safe house. Beware of dog.
Oh yeah,
dangerous. Like, you can sleep here, and like there's these symbols. So I was like, I'm gonna have to have for in my world too for several different professions, and then so those characters were the next one I designed, and then I started actually writing the dialogue, and I just started making up things as the dialogue progressed as necessary.
So I'm trying to break it down for a complete aside. People used to made up one of those hobo glyphs. Hoboglyphs. A hoboglyph. It's a hoboglyph for like if people had unprotected Wi-Fi on their house, they'd be on the wall outside. You'd have like a hoboglyph of like Wi-Fi that you could get outside someone's house. But so, okay, if I'm trying to break this down, you have like a mark for like there, and it, he, like, you know what I mean? Like the connecting words that you would in a language. And then you have all of the nouns as pictographs in a sense, like house, man, woman, like dog.
There you go. Yeah, so there you go.
So it is, I was going to ask if it was still like metric, the numbers. Like it's not like they have a 7-number system, like Roman numerals or something.
No, it's just based on people having 5 fingers, and I was like, they're still human, so they're 10. Well, I don't know, like the Sumerians are weird, and they had 16 base, which is fucking weird. but
I was thinking that you would probably go. I'm gonna invent an entire mathematics system as well.
No, it's not. Yeah, I was gonna. I haven't gone that crazy yet, but there are many other cultures, and I might build more languages, and maybe I can do that.
The whole maths race, a race that only speaks in maths.
I mean, yeah, that would be fun. I have an idea about building an entirely logographic system, but it's complicated. I'm not gonna get into explaining it here, but it's this whole thing where it's sort of like I want to use my knowledge of Asian languages to build fantasy languages more, because I think it's like mostly the constructed language are all Western based, and I want to like be able to do something different. I think that's how I can, you know, kind of.
Well, that's what I'm trying to work
create
out, the
something new.
method of constructing it. Like so you've got the kind of like all the connecting words, I would say, as new words for them, like new marks for them, and then all the nouns having pictographs. But what about adjectives?
I just kind of work that out as I go. Yeah, sometimes I just kind of work that out as necessary.
Okay. So
Because
like, would you...
as I come up with the basic stuff, and then as my characters start talking, I'll be like, oh, I need to think about how to say this. And I've actually I try to write some like poems, but I'm a terrible poet. So,
well, like, let's say, have you in your system of trying to make up the glyphs, do you say have like a proto mark for water and a proto mark for like wayfinding, and then you combine them to make a new glyph that means like river, or like water and dissension protoglyphs, you combine them to make waterfall? Have you done that? Or
yeah, like, so that's how Chinese works. And let me see. So for example, okay, look right here. All right, so these are all the characters that have to do with family. So like Jika means kin, Jura Jika means grandparent, and notice how Vitrar Jika means elder. Laolin is a little different. I decided to go different because sometimes there's an exception, but Forolad is parents, Soshika is cousin. All of them share this one particle, and that's how characters are in Chinese. You'll know it's called a radical in Chinese, and like it'll usually characters that have to do with water will have a water particle in it. But characters that are describing a plant will have the grass particle on the top, and so on and so forth.
So that's how that works. I just backwards engineered language. That works. That's great.
Yeah. I mean, it totally makes sense. And like for example, look at here. Kol means male, and you don't have to don't have to indicate gender in an arsa, but you can. And Kol is male, Von is female, and then Hinel is child. So like girl is Von Hinel, boy is Kol Hinel. So it's just like it's pretty obvious. Just female, child.
Male,
just combine it.
Male is guy, female is womb and one nipple.
I was just thinking feminine shape, but I'm glad you interpreted it that way. Thanks a lot.
That's what it is. How is it not that? It's the woman hourglass shape and then womb and nipple.
All right, cool. Anyways, so oh yeah, and here, so this is a symbol for Luka, is love, which I kind of took from Lyuba, which is Russian for love, I think. And so Leyun, which is spouse, is just love, kin.
Love kin.
Yeah, so there you go. So I try to think about these things.
Well, then explain. Okay, so yeah, you've got those very simple ones for the like you, they. Like, how do they look different? We is like a flipped of they. Like it's like
where?
I'm looking at we and they, and so N is I. Okay, so you get like I'm looking at the symbol for I is in me, like that little box. And then, so you have like it bending one way is like it's bending towards you. So like this is me. Bending away is like it's you. So it's bending away towards you. And then I guess like we with the dots is like a personal group collective. Like the two dots are like, this is a group, not just a singular, like two dots next to each other. So like we, and then they is like a similar thing bent away. Like it's a group that is away from us. I love it. It's brilliant.
Yeah, and actually when I was creating these characters, I remember how fucking frustrated I was between the hiragana for like she and tsu are so similar. It's like a slash and two dots. And the differentiation is a specific direction the dots are drawn in if you're using a brush. And it's so hard when you're first learning Japanese. And I was like, I'm going to do the same thing in my language. It's going to be like, this is so obvious to someone who grew up speaking the language. But when you're first learning it, look, I and you look completely different. And we and they look the same. Or they look completely the same for both of them, for I and you as well. And so...
This is why I was trying to ask you in the last manga stream on Creative Block, like if these particular cultures are more familiar with more intricate styles of line because their language has more of that in it, whereas like English is like, here's some straight lines and a curve every now and then to make like an A or an O.
You know, English writing is derived from hieroglyphs. All Western writing is derived from hieroglyphs.
But we don't understand it in that way.
I know. Sorry, I
Tell me about that
spout
then.
off
Like, what do you mean?
random
What do
fun
you
facts.
mean?
So I don't know the exact. I'm not a linguist, guys. I just.
I
like
will
this stuff.
say I know that there's that there are like people came from the Middle East to England, and like I know there's a link to the Egyptians to like the people that settled England too.
Oh, right. But no, it's from, it went through the Phoenicians and then the Greek and then the Romans. And so that's how the writing system evolved. Because like the people who were, I know there's like an Egyptian princess in Scotland or something. There's a story about that. But no. It's the English writing was, they took characters from the Romans and then adapted it to all the other Indo-Europe or all the other languages around Europe. So it's all from Latin. But Latin was kind of like borrowed from like Greek, and then that was Greek characters were brought from Phoenician, and it's this weird thing where the characters didn't really fit the sounds, so and like spelling varied a lot. They were kind of taking so what happened was the Phoenicians or some other group took segments, basically constructed a system out of simplified hieroglyphs. It was really fascinating to me because that's exactly what the Japanese did with hiragana and katakana. They took Chinese characters and took simplified versions of it and made a phonetic writing system of it to adapt it to their own language. So it's like
Japanese,
what I'm learning.
Japanese isn't like visually representative of the thing. It is just like taking the old visual like shapes and turning them into like just the sounds. They mean a different sound.
So with hiragana and katakana, those are the phonetic systems. I don't know why Japanese people had to make things so complicated, but they have two phonetic writing systems with the exact same number of characters. So it's their alphabet. They have two alphabets, but then they have kanji as well, which is how I'm using these characters. This for me, this is called bernois. This is the logographs. So in Japanese, they have logographs as well, and those are the characters they're basically almost identical to Chinese characters. When I go to Japan, I can just read the kanji, but those are not phonetic.
Do they never use the phonetic part of their language to describe the things that they have kanji for?
What do you mean? Do they use?
Because the way that I'm interpreting them, like when you're saying phonetic, are you meaning like da, like the way that
like you spell it out. Yeah, like you spell the whole sound out. Like if I was for so
they have a kanji that is like basically blah 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 blah, and then they could write it as just the symbol for blah 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 blah, or they could write blah blah. I'm not trying to be insulting.
No, I understand. So for example, water is mizu. So you can write mi. Oh no, not mizu. It will be mi, which is one phonetic katakana or hiragana character, and zu, which is another phonetic character. Because all Japanese, it's not just one sound. It's like all the hiragana and katakana, almost all, are a consonant and a vowel. So it's like ai uo kakiku ke ko sashisu se so tachitsu se to. So that's how the phonetic system goes. So you can write nizu, or you can just write one character for water, and so it's just commonly accepted like only, and it's the same way in Chinese, like only children spell these characters. If you can write it in a character, you write it in the character. Only children would spell it out. And so in Chinese actually does have a phonetic writing system. It's called zuyin or bopomopho. It's kind of like a more baby way to say it. So, and when you're a kid, you learn the phonetics first because that's easier. But you're supposed to learn the logographs because it's like this is real Chinese. And if you keep on writing in the phonetics, you're stupid. And it's like there's something wrong with you. And it's interesting. You just look up for like just Chinese phonetic system. It looks kind of like hiragana, katakana because it's simplified Chinese characters. That's what hiragana, or specifically katakana, that's the more boxy one. That's like simplified Chinese characters. And when I was learning Japanese because I was learning it in Taiwan, my textbook had it was like, hey, so this katakana is derived from this Chinese character, and that helped us as Chinese speakers remember it better. But so in like children's books, in like first grade when you're learning to read, you'll have like a character for like a person or whatever. It'll be like a short story, children's books. But all the characters will have the phonetics next to them, and the older you go, the less phonetics they have, because you're supposed to learn the basic words and just learn to read it that way. And by the time you're in like middle school, you're not supposed to need the phonetics. You're just supposed to remember all the characters.
But how does this interpret to the digital age with typing and printing? Like, you can't have a Chinese keyboard. Like, I've seen the joke in The Simpsons where they have a Chinese keyboard and it's literally like a fucking huge desk full of all those like different symbols. But like, how do they type the stuff? If there's a million different, there's probably not a million kanji. I'm sure there's a limited amount, but like, wouldn't you have all of the phonetic language on the keyboard? Or do they actually have all of, say, the logographic things, the kanji on the keyboard? Like
Correct. You are very correct. I'm trying to see if I can show you. So I actually can't type Chinese on this my desktop, but I can type it on my tablet.
Because of the on-screen keyboard. Do you want to show us the?
Okay. Because my keyboard isn't actually Chinese. So, and I never learned to touch type, so I don't know what keys did. Okay, there you go. All right. So look, behold.
Wait, how do we? I think I do
Full
that. It shows all the scum on that screen.
All the jerk, all the I mean the junk. There you
So
go.
is that the phonetic Chinese?
Yes, this is phonetic Chinese. And so when I type Chinese, let me see, what should I type?
I like making up languages.
All right, I want to drink coffee. So can I make this work? I would type, that's 我想喝咖啡, so that's 我 and then Chinese is also tonal. I don't know who came up with this language. This is the most common. There's a reason Chinese is like one of the hardest to learn languages in the world. Chinese is also tonal, so 我 those are all 4 different words. But me is specifically 我, that tone. So I have to do 我 those are the 2 phonetic symbols, and then pick the tone. So I'll pick the tone. And
well, you're saying that tone is like Chinese is complex because of the tone. In English, we use the tone to mean something very different. If I sound sarcastic in tone, it means something very different. It can mean like the opposite. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So you see, that's where it is. And the tone. You can't really see it because of my screen, but that is the character for me. So I just hit that.
So you'll type it in the phonetics.
I just hit that, and look, I typed it. So
you'll type in the phonetics, and then it'll bring up the specific character. That is amazing.
And it gives you a bunch of suggestions as well. It makes you so 想 is think. So hold on, I just spelled out the word 想, but notice how all of these other characters that they have in this row, and there's even more because I can hit on this little button and have even more 想. So all of these characters are pronounced 想. This is why Chinese sounds like there's only like 5 or 6 sounds, and Westerners make fun of it. It's because Chinese does have a lot of homophones, not homophobes, homophones, which means the same sound can't. A lot of characters and words have the exact same sound. It's because it's really interesting. Chinese is a writing-based language. It's not spoken-based like most Western languages. Like the writing comes first because I didn't finish typing or whatever. Doesn't matter.
No.
You guys get the idea.
No, it's fine. It's like they have the sarcastic version, the passive aggressive version.
Okay, No, but that's not how we interpret it. It's just in every single syllable, the tone changes. But in Chinese, the way you would show someone if I'm asking a question, it's either implied because it's not like in English and even Spanish. It's like "Tu comes pan." It's like if you ask it that way, it's different than "Tu comes pan." That's like a huge difference in Spanish. But in Chinese, it's not the whole sentence. It's like 你想吃面包吗? You add a character, a sound at the end, just like Japanese. It's like desu ka or wa. That changes the context of the sentence to make it a question. Okay.
I get
what else I was talking about. Right, but so there's a lot of homophones in Chinese, so it's like xiang, the same character that's xiang. There's like a million different characters that are all pronounced the same way but only in Mandarin because that's how there isn't really an appending character for sarcasm in Chinese, so it doesn't really work in the language. It's not really inbuilt, so people don't really get it. Yeah, sarcasm is really hard to do in Chinese.
That's what I was trying to bridge the gap, saying that like in our language we use tone to have a different lensing of what the person is saying, whereas like it's like the Chinese is making a different use of tone instead of being like you're passive aggressive, you're sarcastic. They've made full use of it within their words to mean just like a whole different thing by having a different tone. Yeah. I'm just saying it's like they've utilized it differently, and we've done it in to mean like the overall vibe of what you're saying.
Yeah, and yep, that's exactly right. And a lot of languages are tone based. Japanese is weird. It's like half tone, half not. Mandarin has technically 5 tones. Some dialects of Chinese have like 6 or 7 tones. Drives me insane. I don't even like when I listen to videos explaining Cantonese, it's like they're singing a fucking song to me. There's so many tones that I can't even grasp that. I'm like, okay, I understand how Westerners feel when they're confronted with Mandarin on a normal basis. But so when I just want to go back and make a point about why Chinese is writing based. Chinese is writing based because the language and the culture developed so long ago. Like China has always, through the dynasties, been unified by like a central government, mostly on and off, a lot of different like smaller governments as well. You get the point. It's always been like, this is the land that is generally China, and we all hate each other, and there's a bunch of kingdoms and we're always fighting, but anyways, this is like a linguistic and cultural group, right? So because of that, there has been a centralized language for quite a while, but like there's been Mandarin Chinese there's been like Mandarin, which is sort of like clerical, official, governmental version of the language for a long time. But the in different areas of China, they would speak different language. There would be Sinitic languages, which is related to Chinese in the same language group. So think of like all the Romance languages. It's just like how Latin relates to all the other Romance languages. How Latin was sort of the lingua franca of Europe, but you have a bunch of other Romance languages, and that's the same with all of China. But because the writing is logographically based, it's not phonetically based, you just have to understand the meaning of the character. You can have the same character, same sentence, and people in a different part of the country would still be able to understand it, but they would read it completely differently. So Mandarin, that's why ancient Chinese texts you can kind of get the idea. The writing hasn't changed that much, and you can kind of pretty easily visually roll back the characters and understand. If you know Chinese, like, well, they wrote it kind of weird, but I can tell what that character is. It's pretty easy to understand really ancient Chinese, but the way they read it is lost to us because the pronunciation has changed so much with time, because the writing doesn't record the phonetic form. Okay, I'm done.
Well, because literally whilst you're saying that stuff, two like thought paths come up in my head. One of them is like, how does the tonal thing translate to music, and can you even like sing a song, and like how hard would it be to construct a song with the literal tones of the words having to dictate what the meaning of those words were? But then also, like, whilst you were talking about how you have all these different actual symbols that have all these different tones, like, it was making me think it's a very isolationist language in general. Like it's like outsiders can't really pick up that easily, like go away almost. Like it's probably not that, but
It's not. You would think so, just because it's kind of hard. But I mean, China was a superpower of Asia for a really long time, and both Vietnam, Korea, and Japan. It wasn't just Japan that borrowed characters from China. Korea used Han. I think, what do they call it? Hangul. Until very recently, that was Chinese characters too. Vietnam has loaned a lot of words and characters from China until they adopted like the French alphabet, essentially. So yeah, it's I don't know. I think if you grow up with it, if you've been hearing hearing it all your life, it's really not that complicated. And it's sort of this thing where Chinese was for hundreds of years was seen as, well, it's hard, but this is like, it's hard for a reason. Like this is the high scholastic language that everybody should learn, I guess.
Well, how does the song thing match up then? Like
you just
songs in Chinese.
Yeah, it's like the tones are all wrong, but you get that you're singing. But what's interesting, you can also play a lot of puns because, again, there are a lot of homophones, and through poetry and songs, you can use the fact that tones don't matter then to create double entendres. So that happens a lot in Chinese music. I like lyrics in Mandarin music a lot more than most Western stuff.
Do you happen to be able to sing one as an example right now? Or?
A terrible singer. No, I'm not. I don't know anything on
not even. You don't, it's not about. It's not about the singing. It's more about demonstrating it.
Are you doing this to me? Okay.
Why does everyone hate singing so much? It's so beautiful. Singing's so fun. Even if you do it wrong. I did a whole. I did it one of my gaming streams once on this channel while I was waiting for another stream. It turned into a whole karaoke stream. It was absolutely abysmal. I did a karaoke stream.
Well, this is Taiwanese. Not it's weird. The only one I can think of is Taiwanese. Taiwanese is a dialect. It's a local Taiwanese, obviously.
Does that still have the tonal? Does that still have the different tones?
Yeah, but I don't think the tones aren't. I never really thought about this because it's just like something I've always spoken. I think the tones are about the same as Mandarin, but a lot of things sound. It's just you say things different. Again, it's like Portuguese and Spanish. But yeah, it's not mutually intelligible with Mandarin, even though sometimes things sound similar. So, for example, it's like some things are really different. Like if I say, "Have you eaten yet?" or it's in Chinese, "你吃饭了没?" and in Taiwanese, it's "假爸不." So that's totally different. But so right. But there's a song from a Taiwanese singer I like who's like he's talking about like Taipei and his hometown and leaving home to go to Taipei to work and all this shit. But anyways, there's this line that's like "你在林北啊成贵吼." That those sounds, and he sings it, but so the tones don't matter. That can both mean you don't know what shoe size your dad is, and it can also, I know it's supposed to be funny, and also you don't know what bus number it is to go to Linbei, this area of Taipei. So he says that he sings that several times in the song, but the subtitles switch between these two meanings.
Okay. And is he saying it in a different tone each time, or
he's singing it? So
they do change the tone of what it usually should be when they're singing to make it sound like it has a rhythm. So that invites the pun nature of not knowing what it actually means. Yeah. It's like if you speak the language, you understand that it's being sung, so you can still understand it if the tone is wrong. Which is why, like, when Westerners don't quite get the tone right, we still understand them, and it's like nobody really gives them grief for it. And it's also, honestly, between different dialects, sometimes people would just say things weird. Like, honestly, most of the accents from different parts of China is tonal. Like, people will just say all the, like, to my ears, like, your tones are all wrong, but I still understand them. I get you. And you haven't obviously looks like you don't have any tonal stuff going on in your own language, because that would be like a whole fucking headache. And if you ever want anyone to try and learn it for funsies, you probably don't want to make them all do tonal shit. So
I swear I've actually tried to keep things simple. It's like you don't have to designate tense or even gender. You can if you have to. I don't have like 50 different forms of every word like most Indo-European languages. I was like, I'm honestly keeping the structure of this pretty simple because I'm like, I want it to be accessible to people who aren't linguists.
Do you have the phonetic version? So you're saying that you've got all of these different kind of like glyphs. Yeah. Wait, let me have a look.
Here, look, this is very early, but this is just a picture I took from my old sketchbook. I think some things have changed. But there you go.
The dicks and vaginas language.
I know. Apparently, I'm constantly guilty of doing things that could be interpreted sexually, but I don't intend to.
Wait, what was the title of your webcomic? Just linked to that. You did a comic a while ago and you didn't understand what the title was, and it had wait, I think I remember it.
Oh, yeah.
BBC?
Yeah. It was I did this like innocent little comic strip when I was like a freshman in college. I was like 17, and I was just drawing comic strips about my life in college in Savannah, and the title was Blended Bubble Coffee because that's my favorite bubble tea drink. And like I didn't know, like, you think you abbreviate it, and it's the British Broadcasting Network. I have no idea, like, and no one even told me that. No one told me, and I was putting this out on the internet, and no one mentioned that to me years until like last month. Someone was like, big black cock. I was like, I wasn't thinking of that. I was 17. I was just drawing. It was blended bubble coffee, and you guys all have dirty minds.
Just there on Pornhub every day typing BBC in. That's why it becomes second nature.
It's just terrible, man. It's like, okay, it's everybody I'm around watches much more porn than me, so I just don't think about these things.
But you do understand that people just bring that stuff up for jokes on the stream. It's not like we're actually thinking in porn all the time. It's like,
but I mean, I'm convinced you guys are thinking about porn all the time, but it's fine. I can take a ribbing. So here is my my language that looks like dicks and vaginas everywhere.
Trying to think of how often in the day I don't think about stuff of that theme. We try not to. We try and fight back the voices.
Do you now?
We try and get some work done. But no, that looked great.
Thank you.
And so, well, what I was asking is why you were showing more is you have symbols to mean specific things, but aka the kanji. Do you have the phonetic version that allows you to describe the kanji, or do you just have the connecting words and then all the nouns have their own symbol?
No, there are some connecting words are logographic, but some of the connecting words are also logographic. It varies. The way I determine if a word should have like, as you say, the kanji, it's bernua. That's what the writing system is called. Is just by how often it's used. Because my logic is, if people use this word a lot, they would want to just be able to write one symbol instead of spelling it out.
So do you have a phonetic language within an ASA? Is it all just this symbol means this? Can you break it down and say the words and the particles individually? Like, is a phonetic language basically the particles of a sound that make up a word, or not?
What?
Do you have
you mean, okay, so you mean within a phonetic word, can some words be broken down to have more meanings?
They obviously can because of etymology. But what I mean is, does your language have the phonetic version, like Japanese has two phonetic versions and then has the kanji, like, or is it all pretty much kanji-ish?
Oh yeah, it has the that's what I was just showing you.
I think we didn't go over it because you pulled it down
Because
because
we
we were
started
talking
talking about vaginas and dicks.
I know. I was only an aside. I didn't want to get. I wanted to get. I wasn't trying to derail the whole thing.
Oh, why did you stop sharing? We only started talking
You
about
stopped sharing it.
dicks.
You stopped sharing it. I
I
didn't
know
stop
I
sharing it.
stopped sharing it, and I'm saying I did it because we were getting distracted. Okay.
You took it down because you wanted to talk about the BBC.
Okay, share my
Anyway.
screen. Holy.
Yeah.
I did not bring that up. Don't you put that on me. Back on track.
Okay.
So look, this is the phonetic writing system. Look, and you see you have it's all the sounds. And some sounds are like combinations. I just thought it would make sense to make it not exactly like fucking English, you know? It's like K and C, there's no real need to differentiate that. That's a sound that I don't know, I just wanted to have a sound that doesn't even exist in English. That's it exists in some Nordic languages, but also in Chinese. So it's just weird U sound.
So all of there could be like younger people who would be using that language, just like the kids in Chinese would learn or Japan would use the phonetic version. There are probably know all the phonetics of the words and would potentially write them like this instead of the actual glyphs that you've had on the other page.
Yeah, like this is sort of just the basic writing system that I mean, it's not even like most kids are educated in this. People don't go to school. So most people are.
No, I just mean like you have the symbol for like tree, but then someone can also write like the T, the R, and then the E and two E's. So like you can even draw a tree as in your one symbol for tree, or you can write like sideways I. Yeah, sideways I, hourglass, and then two X's.
Yeah, that. Yeah, they could spell it out.
But does anyone in your world do that?
Yeah, it would be like, oh, this is an uneducated person spelling out a word phonetically. But also it's like, okay, so it's like common people, if they need to write, but most people just don't really write that much outside of like record, like keeping these, for example, merchants for their job. It's like, I want to just be realistic too. I mean, and people weren't that illiterate in ancient times. So people aren't completely illiterate in my world, but most people, they would know the alphabet, but they wouldn't know Nanarsa. They wouldn't know like most logographs at all. So that's how they would. And they wouldn't write in Nanarsa either. They would just write Arvosa. Here's the key. They would write Arvosa using this alphabet. And it would be obvious that, well, that's still considered like not fully literate because it's educated people speak Nanarsa.
So Ragnar is speaking Nanarsa, and Avosa is the normal English language, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm getting my head around it. When you've written her dialogue in the book like this, is this the phonetic version or the full fat version with the glyphs? Like, can people decode this by using the phonetics? Oh, they must be able to, because that's the guide that you put in here. So is everything in here written phonetically whenever she speaks in that language?
No, there are some characters. That's why I have logographs as well in the glossary. In the glossary, in the middle of logographs.
Yeah.
Every chapter I introduce logo. The way I write the anytime the Nanarsa shows up, I just write it naturally how it actually be written. I don't only use the phonetics. And if I use logographs, I put it in the glossary so people won't be lost as to why is there just random character that's not in the phonetic system that I don't understand.
Cool. So it is kind of like mostly phonetic, but then you have specific words for specific things, that specific symbols for specific like nouns, maybe that you, or no, just different specific words. Cool.
Just words, not just necessarily nouns. It's just if something has common usage, then I will most likely make a symbol for it.
Cool.
Seems more natural. Feels like the way a language would naturally evolve.
Yeah, it's just like as soon as you start talking about that, and then when I actually understand it, I start thinking like you can have a human who is relatively uneducated but has like a real thing for like the redskin ladies. So he like tries to learn their language, but then he ends up learning just the phonetic version. And then if they're stuck up, like he's put all this effort in, and then she can like pretty much insult him because he's just using the phonetic version of the language.
Yeah. Yeah. That would probably happen because Ispoliad are pretty stuck up.
But then it's interesting because if you ever did that in a story, people would actually have to understand. If you're going to make the language as part of the story like that, you'd have to find the way to get the audience to fully understand it. Like I'm only playing with that as a story because I understand the language stuff now. But like, sadly, if you did that without people knowing, they'd be like, "What?"
I don't think it's that hard to explain. I mean, there's a thing that I learned was
it took you sitting here explaining it to me, answering my questions for like at least half an hour. Just
it's
saying.
not that complicated.
No, it isn't. But most for your readers aren't you. It's
No, it's okay. Well, but the thing is, when you have if I have a character just naturally explaining it at some point in world in the dialogue, and like I think having a book there and being able to just read over something over and over again, I've learned that I should trust my readers because my readers are very smart. And because I was worried, like, well, would they be annoyed that I have Nanarsa? And would they be annoyed that the sound effects are in not English? And no, people loved it and they wanted more. And they were picking up on stuff. Like they were like saying they were picking up on all the connections. And I was like, oh, like people are smart and a lot of audiences are smarter than me. So I need to just throw everything I can at this.
The sound effects is an awesome use of it.
Yay! I'm so proud of it.
It's like it's the cool thing. I mean, part of it is whenever I see like a manga and they always have really fucking all their symbols for like the sound effect lines, and it always looks so fucking like mental. It looks fucking damaged, and then as soon as they get translated and it's all in English, it's like what a letdown. So it's like you just get to have these cool symbols as all your sound effects, which have the feeling of the sound without having to be like zip, zap, bow, badam, bo bo bo
pow, pow, pow.
Yeah, like it's I almost want to just make up fucking line like symbols that don't even mean anything just to mean specific sound effects, like a tap. It just sounds like it's just a shape. It don't even make a language up for it, but it's a great use for it.
You can make up a language as well. It's not that hard.
No, I feel like I could now that you've explained all that to me. I feel like I very easily could.
Yeah, all you have to do is just make up an alphabet. That's all you need for sound effects. That's super easy.
I'm gonna make up my own Beta Crypt 3, as they say in Futurama. I can only translate it into an even more complex language. Beta Crypt 12.
You should do you should make at least like a phonetic language or a fantasy alphabet for your game.
In Hollow Fist, like, it's just a language.
A fisting language.
It would be a fisting language. It would be like different hand symbols, and it's like,
yes,
it was in a time where things were dangerous. We could talk to each other using like our hands to make the symbols.
Yes, there you go. Do it. It would almost be like ASL, but you can write it as well. Like come up with a way where it could be like a simplified version of a hand, and you can write it as well as actually sign it.
That's kind of funny. Like you would have I'd make hand versions. No, exactly. You do but then sign language itself is like all.
I can't actually do sign language. I'm sorry.
Let's just make fun of deaf people right now, going.
I wasn't. I was making fun of your language.
I was making fun of you, not deaf people.
Yeah.
But that would be pretty funny if there's an ancient fisting language and it's like get a bunch of gang signs. And like if you ever did a story where they came to the real world and the Holofist characters are there doing like fucking their language, doing gang signs and shit, and then they ended up getting shot by some like gangsters because they're doing the wrong gang signs in public in the wrong territory, that would be kind of funny.
Yeah, you should totally do that. I encourage you. I believe in you.
I'll think about it. It would probably more likely to be happening in Carnal than Hollow Fist. But yeah, that would be all like that would be dick and vagina languages. But hey, we're at 4 hours, and you've been here for at least a couple. Now, I did want to talk about the magic system.
Right.
We have 18 viewers still, which is pretty good for the stream.
Hello.
Do you want to keep going? Do you want to talk about it another time?
I think. Yeah. I think. Yeah, I have to go soon. So, because I have duties to attend to. But I would love to talk about the magic system. I would love to have you ask me all these awesome questions. This is really awesome talking about the language and stuff. And like you asked really good questions. I love talking about world building. This was super fantastic. So thank you for having me on. I look forward to talking about the magic system because honestly, I think like I know much more about languages, and I tried to think about the magic system and be really thorough, but I'm sure maybe you'll give me some ideas and stuff, or maybe I'll actually have everything worked out. But yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't think I have everything worked out. I tried to, but the thing with the language is I put it into use. The magic system hasn't come into use as much yet. So like the thing is in the story, it's like this weird thing where sometimes when it's not real until I draw it. And I don't know if this is just a thing of being a comic artist. Like sometimes I don't even know what rune, like how this battle would go out. I'll write it, but then it's not real, and I don't realize this is the best way to do it until I draw it. So it's the magic system is it's this thing that's in writing form, and it's slowly being solidified as the comic continues.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about it sometime.
That would be absolutely awesome, because I wanted to ask you, because you've done like this, you're doing a rune system as well to represent the magics as well, and then it like kind of links into the language. So I wanted to compare the symbologies of the different runes in it. But we will do that another time. It definitely has been 4 hours. Renie, I am very grateful for you hanging out, and it's wonderful to be on stream with you, and I'm glad that you did answer all my questions. I was happy to go over this with you. I am going to rename this stream How to Read Fiendish with Renie Draws as a meme to do yesterday. I can't believe 2 days in a row I've had the person on to talk and been able to go over their book with them. That's actually been a wonderful experience.
It should be a whole series.
Okay.
No pressure.
I'll have to do it. It'd be awesome. But I kind of wish I'd reread the book in full beforehand. So I feel like I still did okay and still did have like a good remembrance of what it was in the book. But at least with Bancroft, I'd literally read it the day before. So,
you did great. Totally.
Hell yeah. But yeah, I'm very appreciative of your time, and audience, I'm very appreciative of your time too. I hope this was a perfect time slot for catching you all after like post Kang's finished and you all wanted something to watch. So yeah, thank you very much. And who knows when I'll do an next stream. I've done 2 this week. That's a lot for me nowadays. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow. Who knows? But yeah, if not, join us, myself and Renie, for our pre-ejaculation Thursday show this week on Narwhal's channel.
Yeah.
We're gonna do some cool topics. He wants to cover how to apply the Dennis system from Always Sunny into storytelling, so that'll actually be kind of cool. And he also wants to talk about sales, and I don't mean about like putting something on sale. It's about being a salesman, and how being a salesman, you can potentially use similar tactics to sell someone a story, or just tell a story in general, because the best sales pitch is pretty much a story. And like, yeah, who knows? Maybe Renie will bring in her brands as archetypal storytelling characters, seeing as we're going to be talking about sales and stuff. But who knows?
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that. But you know how we do, we'll just kind of go with the flow, and all of us are really good at talking, so I'm sure it'll be fun.
All right, we're competent enough. So yeah, thanks all for hanging out. I'll see you guys on Thursday on Narwhal's channel. And thanks, Renie, for being here.
Thank you, and thank you, chat. Bye-bye.
Let me try and find a clip. I'll go for this one. Bye, guys.
Bye.
What happened? His head fell off.
His head fell off.
Yeah, he was pretty old.
no jobs. Our pets' heads are falling off.
Pussy, 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 can't you see? You bitches can't do it like me. Motherfuckers stay mad like I killed the mom or something. If you really didn't care, you'd let it be, yeah. I've been dying since day one, but y'all knew that. My dick like Americans, too fat, but dangerous. I'm the grimiest motherfucker to walk this earth. The shit I do is way below dirty sewers, a connoisseur. I'm a flying reptile, a pterodactyl on Adderall. I got a bunch of scales that I dug up you never heard at all. Eat a dick, little faggot, geez, and furthermore, you trying to scrap with me, I don't beef faggot, I'm herbivore. I crawled into the industry, a saturated circus manipulating like Hillary. They say I'm crazy, but lately I've been defending me. Cause take a look around, motherfucker, everyone's digging me. I live in a constant state of